Barry Hawkins to touch in first of all. Will kind of spur Kyren on. I think there is a feeling around the venue and snooker fans that perhaps Barry's playing the better of the two. We'll see. It's a long day. First to 10 for the title. First chance to Barry Hawkins.
Foul.
Oh.
Miss. Kyren Wilson 7.
Didn't last long, did it? Just caught the outside edge of the black.
Yeah. It's only frame one, but of course you're just looking to settle. It's been, you know, a lot of anticipation this morning, the big walk-ons, and now the match begins, and Wilson with a nice chance already just to pot a few. He's had to battle this week. He's had some close matches. Of course, the McGill match in the quarterfinals, that went the distance, and McGill could have won that 5-3. But even before that, he had 3 that went to 5-3. Yesterday, he did have things more his own way. Zhang Guodong was very disappointing.
9.
But I thought he looked good walking in. He looked relaxed. He was getting involved with the crowd, relishing the occasion here as he attempts to win a 3rd title this season. And already, this is a good scoring chance, isn't it? He's got more reds into play.
16.
If he were to win his 9th title, that would, on the all-time list, bring him
17.
level with John Parrott and indeed Peter Ebdon, who's been a bit of a mentor figure to him.
Yeah, I think in regular matches the start is not of vital importance. I mean, these guys have trailed both of them this week. You know, a couple of frames behind, that sort of thing, and able to come back. But in finals, it's so important you get off to that good start for the early vibe of how, well,
24.
the session is going to pan out.
25.
So it's a wee bit of a shock to the system for Barry to, all right, he perhaps couldn't get through to all of the red. He had to bend the cue ball a wee bit, but he's missed precious little in close all week long. Let's hope for his sake, when he gets his chance, there's no further reaction to that. But Kyren, early on,
32.
looks in good fettle.
Yeah, I mean, snooker history tells us that first-time world champions usually struggle a bit the following year. There's only 2 that have won at least 3 ranking events in their debut year as world champion, Stephen Hendry and Judd Trump. So it's a very small group that Wilson would be joining. But you can just see in his body language, you know, he's absolutely loving life as the Crucible champion.
Just going to call this early. I think he's going to attempt the maximum. I know it's early, but it's the sort of chance where, you know, we've seen lots of them before. I think it'll be in the back of his mind. We'll see.
Nine.
Yeah, he's not going to be thinking about that anymore.
56.
Far too important to get the frame one. But I think it was in his sights. But anyway, it's gone now, you would think. Or is it? He's playing for the black.
Yeah, didn't have to do that. He's trying to stay on blacks, and he's caught the yellow. So, recovery brown required.
61. 62.
He's actually controlled that very well. It looked simple. He could easily have lost the cue ball there, still nicely on the blue. Yeah, red not onto the middle, obviously. It is onto the far corner. And there's value. Won't be leaving anything.
Well, it's a good start, but he's not over the line yet. 67 the break, 74 lead, 75 available. Well, that's a great picture, isn't it? When we come down to one table as we did yesterday, the crowds early in the week, it wasn't full every day. You wouldn't expect that during the week, but really from Friday night right to the end, it's packed. And they've seen a lot of these two in Germany down the years. Hawkins has won a couple of tournaments here. Kyren Wilson has won 3 here, including this one back in 2019, beat Dave Gilbert in the final.
Doesn't have to knock this in, but you'd imagine he's going to leave some sort of shot for Barry if he doesn't. Oh, great pots. And cleverly played. Yeah, he left the one to that far right corner, but there was no way Barry could do anything with it. Very smart thinking.
Blue ball.
Well, he's kept Hawkins cold ever since Barry Hawkins had that initial chance, just caught the black. Just trying to bend the cue ball for the red. It's been all Wilson.
I think the memories of that UK final, albeit it was a couple of months ago, well, I hope it's still fresh in the mind of Barry Hawkins, because he played really very nicely against the marauding Judd Trump, who, of course, won the title 10-8. But he sort of has that in the bank, the fact that he played well in a huge final. Ultimately didn't get it won, but I think that's part of, you know, he can use that today to his advantage. Let's hope so.
Yeah, and it marks a general turnaround. I mean, he had to qualify for the UK Championship, which tells you he was not in the top 16. If he were to win today, Hawkins would be up to number 10 in the world. He'd be number 4 on the one-year list. But right now, he's snookered on everything.
Now, the fact he has to swerve this makes the pace that bit more difficult. Beautiful shot.
Foul and miss.
Yeah, played it lovely,
Kyren
didn't he?
four.
Yeah, I say the pace is important because obviously the red will go potentially to that right corner pocket. He's got to find the nestle on it nice and tight.
Well, I mean, he was so close. In the days when you were allowed to bring cigarette papers into the arena, you couldn't have got one between the cue ball and the red there, but you got to hit it.
Yeah. Kyren.
The last final they played in Germany, that European Masters, Wilson did win comfortably, but it was a poor match, really. His highest break, when he won 9-3, his highest break was 56. But that was just a bit of an outlier, maybe. They've had some terrific matches down the years in various events, including a couple this season. It's one apiece for this season. Wilson, of course, hoping to become a multiple winner. Judd Trump has won this 3 times. Mark Williams and Ali Carter twice apiece. But he's a more formidable prospect now than when he won it in 2019, of course, with that World Championship title under his belt. I mean, it's been the making of him, hasn't it? And it seems obvious to say that in a way, but I mean, last year Luca Brissell just struggled with the limelight and the expectation. But Wilson has absolutely revelled in it. He's won, of course, the Xi'an Grand Prix and the Northern Ireland Open already this season. Runner-up just over a week ago, wasn't it? 2 weeks ago now at the Masters.
Yeah, this is not going to be going back because the red is cuttable. It's just like the thing, isn't it, when you make a blunder early in frame 1, the next chance you're presented with is a real timing shot. You're trying to hold the cue ball shy of baulk. Just decelled a fraction, which is not like him.
8.
The way Kyren careers into the pack of reds. This is vital. He gets a nice angle, because it could lead to plenty.
9.
Just about ideal.
Yeah, he's brought a few out. They haven't absolutely scattered, but certainly got this one to middle to continue.
Kyren, 14.
Well, unexpected miss, I guess, because he's just looked so confident so far, but the red stays out.
Foul. A miss. Barry Hawkins, 4.
Now decision time. Perhaps it's a wee bit early to take something like that on.
Germany's own Micah Kessler, the referee. There was a big groan when he missed the reds, but it's not unexpected, really. Obviously, you're being cautious first time. You don't want to catch them thick on the first attempt, so just a slight correction. And you won't be far away this time, you wouldn't think.
Don't think I couldn't get to that red off one cushion.
Ollie, can you check it for me, please?
A bit backwards to you. Touch more.
Olivia Martial just helping out here. There he is.
And a touch to the right. Perfect.
I don't think I could get to that off one cushion. And it's a lot. I think I can almost play it from there. Can't be right.
Well, it is correct, isn't it?
Have it a little bit.
I mean, I know what Kyren's saying, but he's not going to play that shot anyway,
As
so...
if you're going towards the yellow, maybe?
He's talking about landing on the two reds near the cushion, but...
Perfect, so just give me the fraction you
I'll
need.
play the same shot as I'm going to anyway.
All right.
I won't play
That's
that
what I
shot.
mean.
If it's all right for you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Kyren's just been honest, but he's always going to play the two cushion.
Foul. Miss. Barry Hawkins, 4.
Well, it is actually Groundhog Day today, and this is attempt number 3.
Yeah.
Got closer. So now just a very slight adjustment. He doesn't want to be too thick, obviously, and career into the reds. So just a slight adjustment. Got a really good cue ball. His safety last night, Hawkins, was really exemplary against Yuan Sijun. Now, it'll be a bit different here because the best will in the world, Yuan, a young man, maybe doesn't have that side of the game as nailed down as Wilson, but his safety play was really impeccable. And allied to the long game as well. He really was something special. But you see there straight away, Wilson has made a great return.
That red near the blue spot is going to pose Barry something of a problem. Potentially. He's got to avoid it. If he plays the return, we're playing that red anyway. Very smart. Brilliant shot. Unlucky to go in off. Yeah, he played it more of a safety shot than anything else, but it's going to be quite a second prize with a tuck in. Now this is a nasty one because the end cushion, the black cushion, is pretty much obsolete as far as the escape. It's the two cushion glance.
Oh, yes. Kyren Wilson 4.
Well, for those of you just joining us, this is the final of snooker's German Masters. Barry Hawkins just up against it in the early stages. He lost the first frame, had the first chance, just caught the black attempting to pot a red. Kyren Wilson made 67. Now he's got Hawkins in a bit of difficulty early in frame 2. It's best of 19. 9 frames this afternoon, first to 10 tonight to become champion. Points are mounting up. Obviously what he doesn't want to do is stick a red, and then it'll probably be frame over. So he's trying this thin glance, but he's not got it yet. Just feels he's got it that time. It just feels Hawkins, ever since that initial foul, just flicked the black, trying to pot a red to left corner. He's been sort of on the back foot. Well, this is what he was doing to Yuan Si-jun last night, keeping him in trouble on that bulk cushion.
Yeah, he might be playing cushion first and a possible 2 reds to glance on the way back. Yeah, just on that line with his cue there. It's one of those, you're almost sort of trying to cue ball down off the cushion and almost aiming for the green pocket with a cue ball. It is on. Yeah, that's what he's playing. 2 reds to glance from. Just got it too thick. And he's left one that Kyren's not going to refuse. This is a big shot coming up because David, you're absolutely right. Barry's getting the run around right now. And within 2 shots, Kyren is in prime scoring territory and a more than handy lead already, courtesy of those penalty points.
7.
There's no mad hurry, but he'd like to get that red just above and to the left of the pink. Having a look at it now. Yeah, get rid of that. Pink back in the spot. And it'd be a golden chance.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah, just the wrong side of straight for comfort, but he can play on blue if he wants to, no problem. Blue it is.
26. Seven.
So the blue will put him 62 in front. Still 75 on, just a slight angle on this blue. Hawkins actually hasn't potted a ball yet in the final.
39.
So, barring snookers, this is frame ball for a 2-0 lead. It's a sharp start from Kyren Wilson. We saw what happened in Belfast, didn't we, against Judd Trump? You know, it was the clash of the two best players in the world. We thought it'd be close. He went 7-0 up and won 9-3.
47.
Even that shot there, I know the frame's gone, but his cue ball control has been improving year on year, where it's now perhaps not as good as one or two others, but it is exceptionally good. Pinpoint accurate, and it's kind of had to be in a few times in this break.
61.
Let's try and nudge one or two into the open off this. Searching for the ton. Yeah, pity.
Well, he played some good safety. He got Hawkins in trouble. He earned the chance, and he made 62 to follow the 67 in frame one. So an excellent start for Kyren Wilson here in Berlin. Leads Barry Hawkins 2-0. Last night, Barry Hawkins had to sit out 2 frames and then didn't lose another one against Yuan Sijun. But Wilson, of course, is a proven winner and has looked really good so far in every department. Even just walking out, you know, he walked out to Rock DJ by Robbie Williams, just getting the crowd involved. He looked very relaxed, up for it, just exuding that positive energy that we've become accustomed to with him. Some start to the year, though, isn't it? He's got to play in finals in 2 wonderful arenas. Alexandra Palace, OK, that went the wrong way. Sean Murphy won that. And now here at the Tempodrome.
He's made of tough stuff, this guy. Let's not forget that. But he needs something positive to happen quickly. Ah, that's better. Barry Hawkins joins the party with a stunning long red. Yeah, I mean, it is still very early. Yeah, Kyren's been bossing it so far, but I think, you know, you have to wait till the interval at least to give your sort of mid-session report card, and long way to go. I think when Barry gets his chance, he'll be absolutely fine. We're going to find out right now, but I've got no concerns over his form.
No, I mean, in every department last night, scoring, safety, long potting, just everything was superb. He's made 4 centuries this week. Wilson 6, but of course Hawkins played 1 match fewer because sadly Ricky Walden had to withdraw.
4.
He was actually up against it in the first round. Alfie Burden, that was a decider. Very late finish as well. And then a high quality match with Ben Wollaston 5-3. Wu Yiza 5-3 as well. And then another young Chinese player, of course, last night, Yuan Sijun 6-2. Looking for his 5th ranking title. It'd be up to him to tell us if he won, whether this would be the biggest. But I do think this environment here would make it very special if he were to be the last man standing.
10.
Particularly after that UK Championship defeat. That was another great arena, of course. The Barbican in York wasn't to be that night, but it's not taken that long to reach another big final.
Fifteen. 16.
And but for a fairly straightforward red to left middle, it looked for all money it was going to be into a decider. Wouldn't that have been something? I think everyone at the York Barbican that evening was hoping for the decider. It didn't materialise.
22.
The other thing that was noticeable was how much support he was getting from the crowd, and the same is true here. I don't think anybody has a bad word to say about Barry Hawkins, including his fellow players.
23. 29. 30. 35.
Just looking for one good positional shot. Anything on or around straight on the pink.
36.
And that's pretty good, so just can't land an absolute prime position. Still okay. He's having to concentrate really hard on this. Still not perfect.
42. 43. 49.
It's a bit thinner than it looks on the screen, this one, so the cue ball control is going to be at a premium. Not easy to hold this.
50.
He keeps on landing the wrong side of quite a few shots. He's doing well to keep this going. At last he can breathe a wee bit easier for a change.
Yeah, he's been on a sort of tour of this table, but they've kept going in, and he's getting closer to the winning line in this frame, but then he misses that. Having seemingly got himself back into ideal position, he misses that. Wow. All that work just to get that far in the frame. Can't really explain it.
Cross double. Yeah, Barry needs to try and get this one quickly, this frame, because prior to the miss in the red to the right centre, it looked like it was coming to a sort of natural order, sort of conclusion, the way he's been playing this week. Put himself under a bit of pressure. This would cure it, though. Pressure's one thing, but when it's self-inflicted pressure, it's another.
Well, you miss. Very Hawkins' form.
Well, Wilson doesn't want to be giving away too many points at this stage. Already trailing in the frame. Equally, of course, he didn't want to leave a red on, that's obvious. Micah Kessler, the referee.
Yeah, while he has a couple of red sneer cushions, he's got some comfort in that, but it could change very quickly with one good long pot from Kyren. Trying as best he could there to cover those two reds, the one that he played. I think he has done. Kyren's next move, of course, is to bring a red into the open. Cross double again. And this time he's got it. It can change very quickly, these frames. This is a massive shot. I mean, he's got a plan here. The two reds together, get on one, play a cannon on the red by the black. The table wouldn't be at his mercy, but he'd be right back in it potentially. Dead weight, this. Tough shot. Brilliant shot. That's a super shot, just to set up the chance.
Yeah, in a frame that really should have gone to Hawkins. He was well in front when he missed that red to right middle, having steered a pretty difficult path through the frame. It looked like he'd got it sorted, but then just missed that out of nowhere.
7.
Are we going to see, as we see the red again by Barry, are we going to see an unbelievable shot with the rest here to lift the two reds together? He's got it. He's got it. All of a sudden.
13.
And this time it is the cannon on the red, just right of the black. If this works out, we might even have a new favourite for what is potentially a massive frame in this final.
Thanks. 14.
Yeah, itching to press and keep attacking, but it's just too difficult to do that, I think, with the black up table. Yeah, I like the half ball yellow, and cue ball's sort of off the side cushion in behind the green. I mean, there are tons of ways he can play this, but he's got to try and cover the two open reds.
Guy Wilson, 14.
Well, even if Hawkins does win this frame and he needs one more red to do so, my word, he's been made to earn it. It felt like there was a lot of cover there, and he's found it. Again, a really good safety.
Yeah, that cover that you mentioned, Dave, he's got the same cover again if he wants it. But in some very small way here, he doesn't want to show Kyren weakness. Kyren knows he's left him a couple of options of reds, so if he refuses, then Kyren will pick up on it. I mean, the safety shot it's almost cast iron in behind black-brown. But he just doesn't want to leave the door ajar if he misses the red. But that shot is a show of strength. That's superb.
And much tougher, of course, than the red he missed to the opposite middle. But that's snooker for you, isn't it? Anyway, he's potted it, so Wilson now himself needs one.
Hawkins 1.
Long stuff out, just must guard against any silly fouls at this point. It's the last thing he needs, because of course Wilson at the moment needs a snooker.
Thank you.
I actually expect Kyren to get the cover here because he played a shot not dissimilar a few ago. Just wants to be thinner this time. Good effort, doesn't quite get it. So Barry, here's your chance to nail this frame finally.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, he's been really made to work for it, but I guess he won't mind if he can knock this in. He'll be on the scoreboard in this final. Hang on. Oh, so close twice to the white going in there. Oh, you don't need that, Barry. The old pulse would have quickened there.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if there's a red on here, if he can get past the initial red, which he, yeah, I think he can, this could get very nasty in a couple of minutes for Barry Hawkins because of those bulk colours up there. Oh, he's just about okay. Pink, red, pink, and things in a few minutes could have another layer to this frame that we didn't foresee. I know he's got this pink, but anything around straight, you'd fancy him to get this. Smartly holding the spot, I think. Got it.
7. 8.
One thing he doesn't want here is to be straight in the yellow. Either side of straight is not too bad. Playing for the pot. Not perfect.
14.
He'd obviously rather be in behind the green as we see it. He's going to have to just use the brown now, I think, for the attempt at laying the snooker.
Kyren Wilson 16.
Yeah, bit of a chance missed. Okay, he's hampered, but it could have been snookered. Still only one needed though, so the danger certainly is not past. Well, it looks like it has now. Just make sure this green, there'll be 3 needed. In it goes. A bit relieved, I think. But he's got some sort of foothold now in this match. Crowd fascinated by the first 3 frames, particularly this one, I think. And the Hawkins fans in the house will be happy to see their man win it. It took some winning, but it's gone to Barry Hawkins. So Kyren Wilson's lead in the German Masters final is reduced to 2-1, and we've got one more frame to come before the first interval. There is the Brandon Parker Trophy, named in honour of Brandon, who was one of the original promoters, along with Thomas Sessal, of this event. Brought it to the Tempodrome in 2011. It was an immediate success. Brandon sadly passed away in 2020, the year after Kyren Wilson actually won the event. And Kyren was in his stable, so it would mean a lot, clearly, for him to win here today. But whoever wins, the barrier as well, is just, you know, the atmosphere, the environment here. It's going to be very memorable, whoever does come through. It's a wonderful scene, isn't it? As I say, right from the start, when Mark Williams beat Mark Selby in 2011, we knew there was something special about this venue and this tournament, and these supporters as well, who are so respectful of all the players. A terrific pot.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Yeah, it's been the kind of thing that has been a feature of his tournament, actually. He's played nicely in the hole, yes, but there have been quite a few elementary misses like that. I mean, there was one to right centre, that same pocket, early on in this final. So things looking a wee bit more rosy now for Barry Hawkins, especially with the angle he's got on that blue. The pack of reds just begging to be played into. You think he's got to. Such a nice target.
Six.
Yeah, they're that good, these guys. That shot into the pack. Oh, there's a wee bit of good fortune, is it?
Hawkins, 6.
You know, the shot into the pack is such a massive shot these days. I mean, it's quite easy for those guys. Split the reds and a bit of good fortune. You think the frame's done more often than not. The other brilliant thing I think about this final is that the feeling inside the Temperdrome is, and it's not always the case, is that it's almost a coin flip match, this. Just the way both players have come through the draw, the way that they're playing, the form they're in. And that's, as I say, it's not always the case. Generally, you get one who's a fairly warm favourite. Doesn't feel that way today.
Yeah, I mean, last year it was Judd Trump, Si Jiahui. Now, Si, he's a great prospect, but Trump, such a serial winner, he was, widely expected to win, and he did. Well, be concerned that was some distance away, but more importantly, of course, he's left a chance, and a bit of murmuring. Also missed the pink to middle, now that red. After a fine start to the match, just giving Hawkins an in. Moment, the black is covered and the pink's not in a great spot either. Well, it's just promoted it a little bit, so that will help. Hawkins won the European Masters. That was a ranking event in 2023 in Germany. He won the Paul Under Classic, an invitation title in 2019. Of course, was runner-up to Wilson in the European Masters 2022. He's got, I would say, a good fan base here in Germany.
12.
struck it
13.
well, but his hand may be forced to play the pink with the rest again. I know the red and balk is sort of waiting, but I mean, even if you get nice on it, it's not going to be an easy shot, so he's maybe not in Kyren's class, but with the rest, but more than efficient with it. This is a tough shot, though. Yeah, that was a tough one. The yellow was impeding his bridge arm.
Very Hawkins.
He had to
13.
just lift it above the yellow. That was a wee bit uncomfortable. See it there on the follow through movement of the arm.
One. Seven.
Yeah, it's so tempting to release those two reds together. As long as he gets the cue ball out into the open, he's obviously bound to be on a colour. So there's value. Not into the open enough. He's finished in no man's land. But we know he can be very bullish with this type of shot. I expect him to take this pink on, especially the fact he's 2-1 in front. Here we go then.
Kyren Wilson 8.
Don't blame him for hedging bets with the cue ball. I think in his heart of hearts he didn't really fancy it. Oh, brilliant. I was just thinking, actually, I know Kyren's 2-1 in front. I think he's played the better.
6.
But I think Barry is playing better than Kyren, if that makes any sense. I just sense that there's the one miss, the odd miss here and there in Kyren's game. More so than Barry.
7.
Yeah, it's felt a little bit like Wilson is really trying to dominate early on, you know, and get a big lead. But it's about getting to 10 ultimately. You don't have to be sort of 7-2 up necessarily. Really been going for his shots, and nothing wrong with that. But just a few are now staying out. And we know how calm Hawkins can be in the middle of any storm out there on the snooker table. He'll just go about his business here.
Thirteen. Hawkins, 13. Give it to me. Thank you.
Well, it's just become one of those frames, isn't it, where it's a little bit like pulling teeth. You pot the ball, you don't land on the next one nicely. Hawkins himself didn't on that blue, took the green on with the rest. But we're seeing what a competitive match this is. We expected it to be. I mean, the head-to-head was close coming in, 11-9 to Hawkins.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Almost an attempt by Kyren to invite Barry to push the red on the bolt cushion back down table to some semblance of a normal frame back. Of course, he is behind, and it suits Kyren better to have this red down this end. Just checking to see if the cross double pot is on. Especially with the pink waiting, difficult to tell there whether it's on to left corner. But it's a brilliant safety shot all the same. It's completely turned the table on Barry. The last couple of shots, just a shot of patience, invite Barry to bring the red down this end. And now he's got Barry under a wee bit of pressure.
Wilson won the first frame in about 10 minutes, but it's become a bit attritional, this final. Oh, what a pot. It was Orca queuing. He was hampered. He wouldn't have known it, though. The red flies in.
Seven.
It should have been one of those frames, isn't it? Things just going awkward.
Kyren Wilson 8.
Yeah, the left-hand red is the target. The trouble with the 3-cushion one he's looking at, baulk cushion first, I don't know if he can quite get to the right half of the cue ball. The last thing he wants is to land in between the two reds. And that might be what he's got. That's the last thing he wanted. Because this is a decent chance now for Kyren. Yes, the green's safe. But all bets are off now in frame 4. If this red goes in, certainly.
Eight. Kyren Wilson 8.
The drama continues in this 4th frame. Green still clearly a big ball.
Yeah, that's the shot I like because it's a natural path round to the green. The only thing is he's not the tallest fellow. I don't know if he can reach this. No, I'm going to be with the rest. Can certainly inject enough pace into it to shift the green. It's not a free shot, but it's one that you'll quietly fancy. You get the pot, you should get the cannon, or certainly close to it. Nah, scupper by the blue. Pity.
10.
Wow, he's played in the pot. This is risky. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is.
Well, no guts, no glory. So the brown to lead by 23 with just 18 on. It was a tough old frame, but Barry Hawkins demonstrated his toughness with that green. The shot of the match so far, this. And we're going to be level at the interval. You would think 23 in front, as I say, 18 on, 1 snooker to tie as it stands. 1 to win on the pink.
Barry Hawkins 17.
Yeah, the green, I mean, fair enough, take it on. I just thought because of what's gone on these last couple of frames, the effort that Barry's had to put into, You know, I mean, even that last frame, the effort was huge, and likewise in this one, I just didn't think he was going to throw the eggs in the basket and risk losing it all in, you know, one risky shot. But as you say, how gutsy was that to knock it in?
Well, certainly the signs are it's not going to be a runaway today. This is hard-fought stuff. Double kiss. And that ends any doubt about who's going to win this frame. Kyren Wilson has already conceded it. So fascinating start. Wilson made all the running early on. He won the first 2 frames. Hawkins has dug in. And they go to the first interval of the German Masters final, all square. 2-2.
Frame 5. Barry Hawkins to break.
Barry Hawkins then getting the final underway again. Won a couple of tough frames there to draw level with Kyren Wilson. Yeah, just a little acknowledgement. Black coming to his rescue there.
That all helps the cause, doesn't it? Nice bonus. Just got to be careful with this one. Yeah, well negotiated. Is he going to have a pop at this long red? It's all he has eyes for. He's hit across a couple of these, once early in this final and yesterday. He's not been firing with that type of shot. Now, is this red going to cover the one to left corner? Don't think so. Does have an alternative. If the cue ball's out another maybe 6 or 8 inches, he might take on the blue, but it's just a wee bit too difficult, I feel. So he's going to work desperately to find the cover
Rumble.
using green and blue. And he hasn't got it.
Hawkins 1.
I think Carl Wilson probably would have welcomed the interval, just a chance to collect his thoughts, try and start the second half of the session as he did the start of the match itself. A couple of half centuries to go 2-0 up.
8. Nine.
Successfully would be the 11th player to win at least 3 ranking titles in a season.
16.
These are tough events to win, so that would be some going with, of course, plenty still to come as well.
17.
He did say, didn't he, after the Masters final when he was beaten by Shaun Murphy, I'm going to go and blast it in Germany. Well, here he is in the final.
Twenty-three. Four. 31.
It's gone wrong. Barring a plant that looks too risky to take on. I think it's end of break. That's no good, that red. He's sort of looking at it, hoping that it goes. I think in his heart he knows it certainly looks like it doesn't. These days he finds it difficult to turn down anything that he thinks is within his capability, but I mean the plant, well, it's probably odds against. Itching to maybe play it, but surely he can't entertain thoughts of the plant. He's playing it though. Got to get this, guaranteed to leave one. Well, he's going deep in the cue ball, so perhaps not, but yeah, good pot.
Kyren Wilson, 32.
This is kind of how it was early on in the match. First couple of frames, Barry was unable to see much. Wilson already 31 in front, so looking potentially for one more chance to retake the lead.
Foul and miss. Kyren Wilson, 4.
I think Barry's kind of trying to innocently get over to the corner, hoping that Kyren plays a shot, because he doesn't want to face the same escape again, with good reason. Looks like he might get his wish. Kyren is so aggressive, isn't he?
Fair to say that all worked out quite nicely, but it was a fantastic shot again, wasn't it? So aggressive. And now it's help yourself time. Some reds have gone safe, which is in his favour with the lead he's got. So
6.
Expect this to be 3-2 now to the world champ. His resolve is considerable. We saw that against Anthony McGill, who had a chance to win 5-3, but was unable to close it out. And he just had that look in his eye, Wilson. After that, this is my match now.
Thirteen. Twenty. 21.
Two more pots then, and in the end he would have dominated the frame.
26.
It's the fascination with the multi-session matches. You know, if he can win the next frame, then you start thinking, well, there's a chance to make have a big lead coming back tonight. All of that is there in the background. But either way, this is a better frame from him. Not lacking aggression in this match either.
33.
There's no way back for that man in this frame.
39.
Especially now. Just invented his own shot there.
I don't even know what happened there. It was a blur, wasn't it?
45.
Just blown away. Maybe a bit of tension that was there pre-interval with that good frame from Wilson, who's back in front in the final. 3-2.
Kyren Wilson to break.
So Wilson leads 3-2.
He's actually a bit unlucky with the escape there, Kyren. He's still hampered in a way, Barry, but fairly comfortable queuing. The only red he can leave really is the one he's playing. Yeah, good pot. So that little bit of good fortune is giving him a nice opening, which he hasn't had all that often today in the early part of frames.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
Yeah, the cue ball there just get completely stopped in his tracks and finished completely almost in no man's land.
Hawkins at 60.
Well, doubtless disappointed he couldn't continue there, just didn't land on a red. A lot of respect between these two, I think. Yeah, yes, I was sort of saying earlier, there's no obvious favourite. I mean, Wilson, I guess, starts favourite with the record he's got, but they're both multiple ranking event winners. And a lot of matches between them. Remember, Hawkins is in front, 11-9 overall. Of course, the next event, next ranking event, is the Welsh Open. Will be in Llandudno. A week tomorrow it all starts, and Kyren Wilson has the chance there to win that big bonus. The Bet Victor Series is second behind Neil Robertson. It's 150,000 whoever finishes top of that series. Hawkins actually is not out of that either, so we'll follow that for you next week. It's a huge event for all sorts of reasons, getting in the World Grand Prix as well. And also, you know, tour survival, crucible seedings, it's a lot on it actually. All will contribute towards all of that.
There's no doubt that Kyren is by far the aggressor of the two, and normally against Barry Hawkins it's something that he would lap up, but the obvious quality and threat that Kyren carries gives Barry an added problem. You know, you can't just sit back and play nice safety shots and be presented with chances. Kyren's too clever for that, while being aggressive at the same time.
Touching ball.
You know, against a mid-ranking player, Barry can play his natural game and be quite comfortable, providing he's playing well himself, which he is at the moment. Safe in the knowledge that he's bound to get some chances on the back of good safety, but Kyren is a completely different proposition.
Well, there's plenty waiting for someone in this frame, isn't there, where the Reds are, but who's it going to be? Who's going to blink first in this little standoff?
This time, on the face of it, he appears to be in deep trouble. No return to that same cushion. Must find the baulk cushion this time. Must, if that's what he's playing. Oh, it's gone completely wrong. Here's the chance for Barry.
Yeah, only 1/2 century from Hawkins, 53. So it's been bits and pieces thus far, but maybe a chance here to get into a bit more of a flow. They're both heavy scorers. I mean, Wilson's 10 centuries ahead altogether. 594 to 484 for their respective careers.
Looked a wee bit dicey, didn't it? Halfway there. He just can't get, when he gets a chance early in the frame, he can't get his cue ball under close order. And it's heaping the pressure on him. Because he'll feel that, you know, if he misses one and Kyren gets his chance, in the blink of an eye, the frame can be gone. Even there, a lot of times he would have just dropped the cue ball through for the red to right centre, but he wants to hit it more positively, the cue ball, which I get, and then now he's in prime position. But I think if against Yuan Sijun last night, Barry would have been dropping the cue ball through off that blue. That's the difference. He's playing against a man who he knows is almost guaranteed to punish him in this type of position. And it's keeping the pressure on him constantly. Just the presence of Kyren.
13. Fourteen. $21. $22. $27. $28.
There's the same thing again. It's gone a bit awkward. Nothing that under normal circumstances he can't handle. But it's almost like he's tiptoeing his way around the table, trying to find his game. He's not in stroke yet.
33.
More evidence he may have got a bad contact, yes, but again, a confident Hawkins would have just dropped that through with, you know, top spin. Can still cut this red back, it seems, but his cue ball, he just cannot get it into position. Oh, well, he has now. But it's been hard work, isn't it? For how good a chance it's been.
Well, he has kept it going. He's got that red safe, which is a bit of security on the right-hand side cushion. Just a couple more pots and it should be 3-3.
$49.
The main thing is they've gone in, and ultimately that's what matters. So the signs that this is going to be a close contest continue.
Thank you. 57. Six to 4. Six to 5. $71. $72. $75.
No second double, but the first one was the key one. Highest break of the final, 75 from Barry Hawkins to level up 3-3.
Barry Hawkins to break.
He might as well have a go at this shred in the middle of the table. Playing for the black to the same pocket, is he? Or is he bringing it back up table? Yeah, he did lost the cue ball a fraction, and that's why he's left the red. It's one of those, if you don't get close to the pot, you lose that cue ball.
Tucking in the waistcoat. Black a concern. Referee on the case. Yeah. Typical sort of steely Kyren Wilson shot that. Just focused on it.
6. Seven.
Yeah, that was a better shot than it looked, because his plan is to get above the blue. It wasn't easy to get low of straight in this red, so he strike through this one properly.
13.
He certainly can. That's two beautiful shots back to back, and he's so good at this type of shot, as most of the top players are, but Kyren especially so. Never fails, does it? Wow, how has he missed the blue there? I mean, I know it's not an absolute sitter, but lack of concentration as much as anything. Just took his eye off the pot.
One.
I think there's just no doubt from Wilson's general demeanour, he's really tried to take charge of this final today, and it's not happened. That's just one shot there, but it kind of sums up the problem for him. He's been aggressive, yes, he's been going for his shots, but just hasn't quite played well enough, frankly. I'm sure at 2-0 he was envisaging, 6-3, a good lead certainly at half-time. Fact is, he might be behind.
Seven. 8. 15.
Hawkins hasn't been absolutely the top of his game, not yet anyway in the final, but there's a bit more of a calmness to the way he's playing, which I guess is kind of more about his own personality. That's just what he's like, Barry. But he might just be sensing just a little frustration in Wilson.
23.
Who, as I say, has tried to make the running and it's not quite happened for him. Not yet.
Wonderful. Barry Hawkins, 24.
Three ball offset plant. Very close. Yeah, straight in. Oh, but it's catching, isn't it? Oh, a cue ball anywhere in the open, you're thinking bound to be on one. It was a surprising lead from Barry. I mean, he did have a look at the three ball plant himself, but wasn't able to cover it. I don't even know if he attempted to. He's gotten away with one there. The fact that Kyren hasn't landed anywhere.
Blue ball. Kyren Wilson, 1.
Well, at least that's got the blue into play. There's his reaction to the plank going in.
Foul. Kyren Wilson, 4.
It was interesting, the safety shot that Kyren played last time round. Yeah, he sort of deliberately left the cue ball on the side cushion to give Barry quite an unusual problem. You know, a wee bit unlucky with the end off, but Kyren staying aggressive. The same thing's happened again, I fear. You know, he cannoned the red that he was after perfectly.
Yeah, it's just one of those frames where the sort of snooker gods are having their fun, maybe, with them just not landing on balls. So having to be patient.
Yeah, half ball brown in behind blue, you would think.
Pink ball.
Yeah, that would have been favourite for me. I know he's trying to get in behind the green, but it was such a small target. Oh, look at this for a line. That's very classy. Yeah, the good news is if he thins the red on the right side of it, I think he'll just about avoid the double kiss. The cue ball should win the race. Close though. Yeah, cushion first is the percentage shot. Well played. Okay, this type of shot, you got to try as best you can not think about the reds. You know, don't think about the positional side of it. Just make sure as best you can to get the pot. And let the rest take care of itself. Yeah, good shot, wasn't it?
8.
You know, it was never easy to find the gap, but still okay.
16.
Now, he'd dearly love to finish dead straight on the pink following this. If he does, he should win the frame.
25.
And that's just about what he's got. So he's taken these well. Pink and red. To perhaps hit the front for the first time in the final.
Yeah, in his quiet way, Barry Hawkins also shows plenty of determination. We saw it last night very much against Yuan Sijun. We've seen it again here in this contribution. And it's looking like he's going to be in front for the first time. So Wilson, who at 2-0, I'm sure had thoughts of pulling away in the session, needs to dig in the last two frames. A couple of things went wrong, didn't they? He was potting balls, not landing on colours. It was just that sort of frame, but this has been a nice break from Hawkins.
Barry Hawkins, 39. And the frame.
And Kyren Wilson has seen enough. So for the first time, it is Barry Hawkins who leads. 4-3.
Kyren holds to break.
If Hawkins does win this one, sorry, I should say if Wilson does win this one, 4-4, the last frame of the afternoon doesn't feel that significant, but certainly if Hawkins were to go 5-3, then it does. It's up to Wilson to try and stay in touch.
Green ball.
Yeah, it's a good pot. No option really but to play that. I'm sure though, if he does get a chance, he wants to get going again. He made breaks of 67 and 62 to lead 2-0. Nothing significant from Wilson since in terms of breaks.
Yeah, it's unlike Barry to catch a safety as thick as that. Yeah, clearly the black must pot silk. Just checking the black spot area. Haven't had that many openings as good as this early on in frames of late.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, as I was saying, this is exactly what he wants, a chance to just get a bit of rhythm back. It's all been stop-start, really, from early on in the final, from his perspective. He has missed a few, but also things have conspired against him. He hasn't landed
16.
on balls after potting reds. He's got one thing, it's resilience. We saw it against McGill. We've seen it all year, really.
17.
Standing rest.
Yes. 23. Cheers. 24.
Well, you see, he is 7 out of 7 for the final. Of course, Sean Murphy at the Masters, that made a difference. The potting with the rest, he didn't miss one all tournament.
Yeah, sure. 31.
Yeah, the bad contact means that he's going to have to force through these reds. And part of the theme today that both players to a degree haven't been landing properly, going deep through them, so spit the cue ball back towards them.
32.
Not out the woods just yet. I think Kyren's a lot more comfortable going deep on the cue ball. I'm not sure if he can do it this time. He might have to top this through, and it makes the shot more difficult. But any time he's going deep again, because he's more comfortable playing it that way. Oh, and that's a nice little flick, isn't it? You know, someone like a Mark Williams would have plain ball dropped that in for reds to right corner. Everyone goes about it differently, but all of a sudden he's coming to life.
40. Seven. 48.
Not liking some of the little contacts he's getting.
And it's gone badly wrong. That could be end of break. Can he really play the cut back to left middle? Yeah, I don't know if it's on to left corner, but wow, this is missable. Oh, brilliant shot. Great recovery. Just when he needed it. I was thinking more of the case that he was bound to can another reds. Fortunately, there was a path, but still got a bit to do.
Six to 3. Six to 4.
Well, this is exactly what he needed, I think. The one visit. So the black, and it should be 4-4 with one frame to play this afternoon. But all the signs are it's going to be a really gripping conclusion tonight.
72.
Sure. It's ever since you said about it.
Yeah, having a laugh. Barry must have said to Kyren earlier. There's been quite a lot of kicks this week, isn't there? He's had a few in this frame.
Nice little relaxing moment there between the two of them. You just know whoever wins, whoever loses, these two will be having a beer later.
80.
Once the match is done, there's no more frames to play. But before that, it's all business. Wilson looking to make his 7th century of the week as he edges further
87.
towards 500 for his career. He's on 494.
88. To 5.
See Joey's 145. Still the highest. Oh, you should. I've just told you, Kyren, it's 145. He doesn't need another 5,000.
96.
He's doing fine, and this has been a great break. Pink for the century. It had gone a bit bitty, hadn't it, from his perspective, but that's a moment of quality from Kyren Wilson. 42nd century of the season.
103.
We've actually had 98 centuries all told in this event, including qualifying rounds just before Christmas in Sheffield.
113.
Well, crowds making their request, they want a trick shot.
117.
He's done a couple of no-look blacks, hasn't he, so far this week?
122.
Do well to pop this without looking. But all is well again. Hang on, as he's got a chance. All is well again for Kyren Wilson. He enjoyed that frame. And we're level at 4-4.
Barry Hawkins to break.
4-4. Last frame of the afternoon.
Send the rest, please.
Both players had a good eyeball at this, and Kyren, it seems, has decided that the red is on. He's not the guy you want to believe in this type of shot if it's on, as we know. Yeah, it was on, obviously, because he overcut it. Thankfully for him, he almost didn't do any damage to the pack of reds.
Well, Barry sort of had to smile at that. He was nowhere near.
Yeah, what a way to regain a bit of composure. Yeah, top in the blue through looks like it would just miss out in the pack to the left as we see it. Great pot that, wasn't it? See some of the stats there. Wilson well in front in total points, but of course he's had a century. 128, there it is. Hawkins best 75. Not much to choose though, really, in these stats.
Thank you. 6.
Although they are tightly bunched, that little gap offers quite a bit. I think the red that's through the back of the cluster, that will release quickly. Yeah, you see that? It released up table and that helped the shot. Oh, and that will do absolutely beautifully. He's perfect.
13. Fourteen. $21.
Yeah, that was the jackpot. Kiss on the red there, because it now means that there are more than plenty reds in the open to win the frame without having to play any more cannons. So it's all about the cue ball from here on in.
22. 29. 30. 37. 38. 45.
Yeah, might just need one of them all the same out of the pack. Yeah, I can play through for the black. He obviously is looking at a plant there as well, just to the side.
46.
It looks an absolute certainty, doesn't it? So things looking better and better for Barry to return the compliment from the last frame.
Fifty-three.
Well, I've had a bit of everything this afternoon. A couple of attritional frames, and now the break's starting to float.
Sixty-one. 62.
And it should be advantage Hawkins. He's going to need another red after the black. And it could be quite an evening here in Berlin. Still needs this red.
69. 70.
So Wilson made the century in the last frame, but this one has been dominated by Barry Hawkins. They'll have about 2.5 hours before they return. Had a few one-sided finals over the years at the
76.
Tempodrome. This is not one of them, clearly.
Seven.
I guess Barry Hawkins would love to win, having, of course, just fallen short in the UK Championship final a couple of months ago. Just a fortnight ago, Kyren Wilson on the wrong side of it at the Masters.
83. 84.
'Yeah, terrific way to finish the session. This has been a cue ball clinic.
91.
Just when he needed it to just eke ahead with, as you say, David, a huge
92.
evening to come later. And nice that they'll both go away with positive thoughts. You know, that last frame and then this.
Yeah, so Wilson won the last with a century, and Hawkins is going to return fire here. Great end to the afternoon. And plenty more to come. That's his 5th century of the week. And it rounds off a very interesting opening session of the German Masters final. Very little to choose between them. It is Barry Hawkins who just holds the edge. 5-4.
Thank you, it's frame 10. Kyren Wilson to break.
Can this final session possibly live up to the world champions walk-on? We shall find out over the next few hours. We've had a few runaways, Neil, in recent times at the Tempodrome in the title match, but this feels very different.
Absolutely. Doesn't feel like it's going to be anything but a close match between this pair. And that walk-on and the ovation was quite incredible there. We speak about venues like the Crucible, like the Alexandra Palace and Goffs over in Ireland, but trust me, nothing can be better than this. And then the hush descends.
That's the thing about this crowd. They have tremendous etiquette, a great understanding of the game. They know when to be quiet and they know when to let the players know that they've done something special. And that was pretty special. That's a great start from the world champion. Looking to get back on terms straight away this evening. I guess he would have been a little disappointed to see Hawkins edge the session after the start he made, winning the first 2 frames with a pair of 60-plus breaks. Led 3-2.
8.
It's a marvellous shot, isn't it? I mean, also, just the way he shaped that cue ball round side cushion, bottom cushion, exactly as planned. He could not have hit it better. And judging by the way he walked out and the way he was at when introduced, you know, he's confident enough to pull that off. And even though he's a frame down, he won't be too concerned, I suppose. Gave the indication when losing in that Masters final that he would come here and, I think to use his word, smash it this week, and well, he's in the final.
Made his 7th century of the tournament this afternoon to level at 4-all before Hawkins did likewise with his 5th.
Going into the bunch is not really that easy with the pink detached from the top of the bunch. I mean, it can be played, but the pink would have to be hit full on, or else sometimes you don't even make contact with the reds. It's a good shot, though. He's got enough of the pink, although the pink and black are buried now. So that's going to cause a different challenge. All of a sudden, pink and black were on, and now they're both in positions that are not very promising.
Wilson looking for his 3rd ranking title this season. If he achieves it, he'll be only the 3rd player to win that many as a first-time world champion in the following season. Stephen Hendry and Judd Trump, who won 6 after he won at the Crucible, the only others. Very nearly in off.
Yes, it's gone wrong, isn't it? And as I say, the split of the bunch just left him with a problem with no high-value colours, but cue ball, I was surprised it was going close to an off there, because he obviously didn't think it was going to finish anywhere near where it did, and yet the pot went in cleanly.
Kyren Wilson, 23.
Well, he only made 23 there, which will disappoint him, because he looked ultra confident, I felt, when he walked out here and started that break. He's not really hurt Hawkins, though, what he got there.
This would arguably be Barry Hawkins' finest hour if he could lift the Brandon Parker Trophy this evening. It would be his 5th ranking event title. Of course, he came very close at the UK Championship final just before Christmas, losing 10-8 to Trump. He's been in all of the Triple Crown finals now, Hawkins. 33 ranking semi-finals on his CV, but just a return of 4 titles to show for those deep runs so far. Another cracking long red from Wilson.
Well, both of these two have been knocking in a lot of long balls this week. Hawkins, especially last night, I thought, against Jan Sejeune, he played a really good match. His safety was completely watertight, and his long game, he knocked so many in. It's not a combination you always see. Long potting and brilliant safety. He's done it again, hasn't he? The cue was almost like on a magnet drawn to the corner pockets. So his cue was let him down there.
6.
He's got to play recovery. That's a very good shot, because that just keeps the flow in his game. I think we can expect, should it get very close, 7-all or 8-all, we could expect a few butterflies, a few nerves,
10.
which kind of would add to the occasion for all of us, because we love a little bit of drama. It's going to be a very interesting evening, this. And Kyren Wilson has started with a bang.
It's probably fair to say that he's not been at his best this week, Wilson, but the very best in the world don't necessarily have to be. They have a knack of working their way into a tournament, passing the test in the key moments of matches, raising their game when required to get over the line, and that's what he's been able to do.
Once again,
16.
it's not a great shot. He decelerated a bit and lost the cue ball, lost the zip that was in the cue ball by slowing down through the ball. And he's got this red, but he's going to very likely hit something else. Another red in potting this one. Oh, he's done well. He's got through a gap. That's a fantastic shot, actually. There wasn't much room, but he found a little opening.
What a place to play snooker. And Wilson, of course, knows what it takes to go the distance, having won this title in 2019 when he came from behind to beat Dave Gilbert 9-7. These days it's a best of 19 in the final, so you need an extra frame to get it done. He'd be only the 4th multiple winner since it started back in 2011. Mark Williams, who won the first. Ali Carter, who won 10 years apart. And, of course, Judd Trump, who owns 3 titles here, including last year.
26. 27.
Still a bit of work to do. It's not got a wide angle on this blue. He's thundered it into the pocket. Now, is he on the red here? Yes, he is. That's a very good shot. He's kind of quickly made up for the fact that he was a little straighter on the blue than he should have been. He's definitely come out pumped up, hasn't he?
33.
And you just sense it, the way he's come out in this frame. I know it's not all one scoring visit, but some of these balls are hitting the back of the pockets very hard.
Yes, and I guess when you give it the big intro, as he certainly did to the crowd before he walked down the steps, that
38.
puts a little bit of extra pressure on you to deliver, but he's certainly done so in this frame.
39.
This has been very impressive because things have gone wrong positionally a few times, but the quality of his potting, a couple of great long reds, very impressive indeed. Only 51 left. So this frame is surely over.
44. Kyren Wilson, 44. And the frame.
Barry Hawkins remains in his seat. Didn't trouble the scorers on the resumption this evening, and so we're level pegging once again. As Kyren Wilson looks a little concerned, which he feels is loose, Neil.
I was listening into the little chat he was having. He actually brought Barry Hawkins in on it, and Barry was fiddling with the cue as well of Kyren's. And basically what was happening was that the ferrule, you could turn it around. You could actually move the ferrule, which means it clearly is loose. And he said to Barry that on a couple of those blues he powered in, he thinks he did something to the ferrule, which will obviously need attention, but I mean, I don't think it's going to have to be today. And it made a strange noise as if loose, and clearly that's not a good thing. I mean, it just can't be. But he'd be worried about hitting the balls as hard as he was in that frame, because it could become even looser, clearly. So that's just a little subplot. But as a former player, I can tell you, things like that get inside your head. And it just might not be that he wants to hit balls at 100 miles an hour. Anyway, 5-all, we move on.
He certainly played an excellent first frame. There were some terrific pots in there from Wilson, and he did well to keep the breaks going when it looked like he'd lost position. This is their third meeting this season with one victory apiece. Wilson at the International Championship, 6-2. Hawkins at the English Open, 4-2. In fact, 10 of 11 victories for Hawkins in this head-to-head have been over the best of 7. But this, of course, is a very different situation. A final over 19 frames, and we might well need all of them. We'll see.
I was thinking about that little exchange at the end of the frame where both players were looking at the ferrule of Kyren Wilson. It's going to give Barry Hawkins a bit of a boost. He didn't really get a shot in that frame. It's a good shot. He'd be unlucky if the pink somehow stops him, but he hasn't done so.
3.
Now, can he hit straight back? Because he didn't really see which way Kyren Wilson went in frame 10. It's been 3 hours of snooker that is improving. She's a little bit scrappy at the start. The session ended very well. Tonight is an absolutely pulsating atmosphere here in the Tempodrome.
Hawkins looking for his first ranking early part of last season when he won the European Masters and played exceptionally well to do so. He beat Luca Brissell, Mark Selby and then Judd Trump in the final. And he's already proved, of course, in recent times that he can mix it with the very best, as he did with Trump in that UK final. Trump had to play exceptionally well to hold him off. So although he lost, maybe that performance, that week in York, when, of course, when he came into the tournament, he was outside the top 16 and had to qualify, has given him an extra measure of belief coming into this final.
Played a good shot on the red to avoid those two reds and land him on the black. It was a really well delivered shot. The red's not that easy to get on. Those two reds on the right are causing a slight problem for him. I think there might be one red in that bunch which pots. That's well played. Cube was running a little bit, but he's not over the top of the blue, crucially. Although he's not as straight on the red as he would hope to be. With topspin, he's going to disturb the 7 reds here below the pink. A little unfortunate there. So often that shot is played, but you don't very often land on one because the reds don't always split. So he's got a thin red if he feels it can go at all. It could be just playing safe from this. Yeah. So a little bit of a shame the way it ended there for Hawkins, because he'd made a good contribution. But for the reds opening better, there would have been more there. Played a good safety shot there. But Hawkins last night, I mentioned earlier, his safety was absolutely superb against Jan Sejourne. He just didn't give him, I'll say a chance, but he had him in all kinds of trouble for long periods. This time not quite got the weight on it, but still with Hawkins, he's putting that cue ball into areas. I mean, obviously played behind the green, but his safety, I think, he's, I can say underrated. I don't think anyone underrates it, but I think right now Hawkins' safety game is as good as anybody's in the world. A lot is made of, you know, your John Higgins and your Mark Selby as well, of course. But Hawkins, you know, he's got to keep this man out, and he's capable of doing it. That's a very fine shot. Just slightly wavered the red, that was all. So I'm looking at the tip there and the ferrule. I'll guarantee one thing, it'll be in his mind. He couldn't have a problem with the ferrule turning around and not be thinking about it. That's not happening. Got to be a bit careful here. If he plays the left-hand red, he doesn't catch too much of it and just go into the black. If he hits thin enough on the red, of course, he'll avoid that. He's playing the third red in as a possible shot to nothing instead. It's a great shot. It really is. And didn't overhit it, so he is on the brown with a view to getting down for another red. Wasn't entirely sure at first that he could get through to that red.
Wilson's contesting his 17th ranking final, hoping to win his 9th title, which would put him in joint 13th place in the all-time list alongside the former world and UK champions John Parrott and Peter Ebdon. Won his first a decade ago when he claimed the Shanghai Masters title, beating Judd Trump in the decider. He's certainly pulling out the pots on the resumption this evening.
Yes, he was striving to get this side of the baulk line, which he's done very well, because, of course, you play that with any lesser degree of pace and the cue ball just ends up in baulk. But he's determined to push it this side. It's a good shot. Now look, he's looked down the left side to see what is possible and potable from there. Not sure that that's how he's playing it though. Decided to come across the other way now. No, it's taken the long route. Might be able to cue the red to the right, which takes him up the table. The bottom left red, slightly awkward cueing and no guarantees to be on a colour, so I think he'll play the other one. Well, we can run this through perhaps, just play on the pink. That's a nice cannon in fairness.
Seventeen. 18.
Making a good fist of this, isn't he? What is next, though? The
Wonderful.
gaps between the reds aren't big. got a red to the right corner. Just got to hold the cue ball here, which he's done comfortably.
25.
Yellow spot is free unless the black spot becomes available. I don't think it is now. There is a small gap. Now, does the black go on its own spot or not, is the question. It's a tight one.
32.
The answer is yes. But it's tied up.
Three.
Well, I think even though he looks in a pretty mean mood in this break, if you're Barry Hawkins, where the remaining reds are, you'd very much hope to come back to the table.
Hawkins was in first, got in with a nice red, but then lost position. Had to settle for 33. Wilson now into the lead.
This could be the deciding shot. If he plays into the reds here, could change the configuration of the reds. Well, he's played on the left-hand red, but it's not quite right behind it. That's the problem. Now, this time he has no choice, I would say. Had to go into them, and he could not have played it any better. And maybe the hopes that Barry Hawkins might have had to get back to the table in this frame are diminishing. It's been an outstanding break, it has to be said.
It's been a very sharp start to the evening, all told, hasn't it? Bar the concerns with his ferrule on the end of his tip. It's been trouble-free. Oh, hang on. Ooh, just for a moment. That looked a bit jawrish, but it's dropped. 27 the lead, so
60.
Just the red required for back-to-back frames this evening. And from the moment that he was introduced by our MC, Rolf Kaub, Kyren Wilson looked, it's fair to say, in the mood. This is him
66.
getting the crowd going. He was there for a couple of minutes at least before he finally walked down the steps, but at the moment, he's walking the walk as well. What a start to the night for him.
71.
Maybe it's the start of snooker walk-ons becoming more like darts walk-ons, because Peter Wright, the darts player, when he comes out and dances on the stage with the
75.
dancers that are already up there, is extraordinary business, actually. I know darts and snooker are not linked necessarily, but that's the nearest thing to a sort of darts walk-on, isn't it?
80.
The walk-on that we saw there. And at the moment, he's living up to it. He's played this break immaculately. It's a beautiful break. The balls were not very good when he came to the table. He potted a half ball red, and he looked in a bit of trouble. It's a fabulous break.
He's got that swagger, hasn't he, that comes with becoming a world champion. And he's had a great season already as the Crucible King. It might be getting even better this evening. Back-to-back frames for Wilson to lead by 6 frames to 5. So far, it's been a masterclass this evening from Kyren Wilson, from 5-4 behind to 6-5 in front with 2 very impressive frames. And the break he put together just now when the balls were far from straightforward, particularly eye-catching. So even though he's had a few issues, it seems, with the ferrule on his cue, it certainly didn't impede him in that frame. Hawkins said ahead of this final that, as well as he played in the semi-finals, he still had, in his words, a mountain to climb to beat the world champion. And although he's been very competitive today, if Wilson continues to play as he has this evening, he's going to have to produce something really special to deny him. But he's more than capable, of course.
Well, that last frame, it may have not been a century break. It's a break of 93, but it was worthy of one from Kyren Wilson.
Talked about Barry Hawkins being outside the world's top 16 before the UK Championship, which is why he had to qualify. Of course, he's got no such concerns in that regard now. He's 5th on the one-year list. He's 10th in terms of the provisional Crucible rankings. And he'll go up to 10th in the official 2-year world rankings if he wins this evening. He's currently 11th, up 1 spot after his efforts this week. But what he really wants is another title. Hawkins is pretty much the complete player. There are no weaknesses. Tremendous match player. What he lacks is the volume of titles to go with his talent. But look at the sort of players he's lost to in these big finals. Ronnie O'Sullivan at the World Championship, Judd Trump just a few weeks ago in York at the UK. It's so tough to beat these truly great players. And Kyren Wilson is on his way to becoming one of those. The way he's cueing, the way he's playing since he won at the Crucible. Still only 33, remember.
Yes, and he got that cue ball once again out of bulk, which is key to keeping these early chances going.
Wilson won't turn 34 until the end of the year. He's a bit younger than his contemporary Judd Trump. And of course that's turning into one of the great rivalries in the game. Has he overcut that one? He has. A very rare mistake on the resumption this evening.
Well, I think if you're Barry Hawkins, you can take confidence from how you play, and you can take heart from just seeing your opponent finally miss one, whether he's left anything or not. You know, you can often get a little boost out of just seeing your opponent make a mistake. But what is Barry looking at here? I mean, the red close to the pocket doesn't seem very accessible, no. Maybe you can plant it, but even then, there's a red in between the two. So, you know, as long as he misses the first, the middle red, I suppose, then he'll get the plant, but he's kind of halfway in the way. He's played it nicely. Needs to have some sort of an angle on this yellow to get down to a red.
Hawkins, 12 years, Kyren Wilson senior. In fact, he turns 45 in April. 46, I should say. He's 45 at the moment.
Yes, he celebrated many a birthday at the Crucible, hasn't he? St George's Day, his birthday, 23rd of April.
And I think you could make a pretty strong case for saying he's never been better than he is right now in terms of his all-round game. Won his maiden ranking title 13 years ago when he claimed the Australian Open.
10.
Just pointed that into the right side of the pocket as we look at it, and that's just the reason he's now playing from the side cushion rather than further inward towards the black.
Seventeen. Four. Five.
Well, I don't like the way that these reds are for getting them open. Of course, any shot you can open the balls, but they're sort of very flat at the back end of the bunch. And that's the problem. You kind of end up screwing in and out of there. They were not an appealing bunch, but he had no choice but to try something.
32.
And it's gone completely wrong. Shades of the previous frame where he got in with a lead of 33 points and Kyren Wilson dished up. He would hate that sort of thing to keep happening at such a crucial stage.
Hawkins, 32. Next touching ball.
Just shows that in a game that requires an extreme level of skill, you could also do with a bit of luck at times. He could easily have landed on one in the previous frame, and had he done so, could have been looking at a 6-5 lead himself. Likewise there.
Yes, I think he was doing his best to break the pack, wasn't he? But it's that angle. If you're above the black, playing off the cushion with topspin into the reds, I think for some reason on that shot you've got more chance of it working than screwing directly into a sort of flat bunch of reds. He's going to drop onto the two reds near. He's trying to cling desperately onto this lead.
Wilson looking to go two clear for the first time since he won the second frame at the start of the final.
Well, he's played a fairly containing safety shot. I can see a red to right middle, which we're just zooming in on now, but it's not very nice to be playing. Yeah, the one on the right of screen. I mean, it just crashes into all the reds. It's the last shot you'd want to be playing, but he's now onto it because maybe there aren't that many options, and at least it's a way of getting back in. But goodness, it would be a horrible red to go for. I'd be a little surprised if he decided on playing it to the middle pocket. He's back on it though. Massive shot this, if he plays it. Needs to get it. Well, it's a brilliant shot. Had he knocked the pink in, it would have been a complete miscarriage of justice. But as it happens, he's still got an awkward shot. Because it's not simple, is it, there? You can only just get to it. The jaw of the pocket not in the way. It's just a horrible shot. I think he's just double-checking that the angle of the pocket isn't hampering him. I'm sure it isn't, actually, but I can see why he's worried about it. You saw it behind the line of the pink from that first camera angle. Yeah. I think he can get through to it, but it doesn't make it any easier.
Rumble.
Didn't fancy it, and no wonder. So just the safety.
Very unlucky, wasn't he? Because it's the bravest of shots to play that red. Crashing into everything else. Deserved a better fate than that. I feel sure he wasn't angled, but it still might be a good thing that he didn't take on that pink from where he was.
That is just too good. Kyren Wilson has been quite devastating from long range on the resumption this evening. It's one of his great strengths in any case, but to produce them in the final session of a big final like this, very impressive.
Well, does the black go? That's the question. He said, look at it. If it did, I'm sure he'd have already played it. It may be half a pocket. Well, it will definitely go, but I can understand how you might want to play that very much, because it was clearly pot, but there is a part of the pocket that is obscured by the pink. And that's kind of how easily it did pot. When he knocked that red in, you know, Kyren Wilson, that red just now, the camera went on to Barry Hawkins, and you can see he's visibly hurt by it. It was an amazing pot. And this would hurt him if this dropped as well.
He's come out this evening with a real purpose, a real intent, hasn't he, Kyren Wilson? We saw it in the way in which he addressed the crowd as he was introduced, and he's taken that iron self-belief into this final session so far. There's still a long way to go, of course, but this is arguably the best snooker he's produced all tournament in the first hour's play this evening. We'll have another look at that red, because it's well worthy of a second look. How about that for some cueing?
Very good. The last shot he's played, though, was not as good as some of the others. To finish sort of low on all the reds now, off that little nudge on the red on the cushion. Well, he's played some great shots tonight, but this is going to be another one if it goes in, this red to middle. Ah, that's fabulous.
16.
It's a very delicate shot you wouldn't always associate with Kyren, but goodness, that was such a good red to middle. Well, this feels like a very important part of the match because for the last 2 frames, Hawkins has got in first.
23.
And Kyren has, well, he's just monopolised the table from sort of the 2/3 of the way onwards in these frames.
Four.
Seemed to be a little concerned about the state of his ferrule at the end of the first frame of the evening, but if the snooker he's produced since then is anything to go by, it's fine.
31.
There was the danger that it could be a distraction for him if there's something wrong with it, but there's no evidence of that in the way he's cueing.
$38. 39. $45. 46.
Well, for Barry Hawkins, if something's going to happen in this frame, it's going to have to happen quickly. Because at the moment, it comes down to where he is on this last red, it seems. And as we know, if he had to take the rest out, it's never bothered him before. It wouldn't be an easy pot, of course.
52.
And it's not as though Hawkins has really done anything wrong this evening. The last couple of frames in first and was perhaps a little unfortunate not to land on something on both of those occasions. But Wilson is just cueing superbly. This is a big shot, though. Looks like a frame winner for what would be his third in a row. Wilson making a very decisive move this evening. Frame ball for 7-5. Oh, he's overcut it. That's a surprise, having done all the hard work. So Hawkins wins a reprieve. 25 the difference.
He just flicked the yellow on the way through, otherwise it would have been straighter to middle. It was just the last leg, wasn't it, there? He had to just finish off some such good work by putting that pink. Well, this really would be a huge boost, but the brown is awkward. Pink's fine, I think. He got behind the pink, would be okay. It goes past the black. Green to brown is the crucial shot. Well, he's not straight. He's got to come round the angles here. Brown to middle for the blue. Things can go wrong on this shot. The pot's not simple when you're forcing it round. Oh, that might be handy. He wouldn't have played on this blue into the left corner, but you know, he'd have played to middle. But as it happens, just to run it through now, he's is not bad at all. Big moments, these. Well, what a game changer. A real turn of events that we did not see coming on the balance of play tonight. This missed ball after all of those brilliant pots.
It was all Wilson needed for 7-5. But Barry Hawkins now has this straightforward black to tie it up again. And if he lifts the trophy later on this evening, he'll look back on that moment as being a key one. So will the world champion, who will feel he should be 7-5 up. But Hawkins produces a cool steal, a vital one, to level at 6 frames all. The Tempodrome for the climax of the 2025 edition of the German Masters, the 15th staging of this great event. And this final is perfectly poised. 6 frames all. What a great steal from Barry Hawkins. Kyren Wilson had played beautifully on the resumption this evening. He looked certain to win his 3rd straight frame, to take what could have been a very important 7-5 lead. Would have put him 2 clear for the first time since he led 2-0. But he missed frame ball pink, and Hawkins held his nerve to clear up for parity. 10 is the target for the title.
Well, he might still be hurting a little bit from that frame that he somehow didn't win when he did all the good work. Wilson. It's not easy to just completely put things out of your mind straight away. It takes a few minutes and a few shots sometimes.
Yeah, it always looked as though it was heading for the far jaw. Hawkins looks a bit perplexed. Maybe 20 years ago that would have dropped with a nap on the tables back then.
Yeah, it was always high, wasn't it? I agree with you. He might seem confused or shocked by it, but really nothing untoward happened there. Just hit it slightly wrongly.
Yeah. 3.
Asking for the extended rest here. Obviously got the red at the bottom of the bunch, which means he doesn't have to go into the reds for his next colour. He might choose to play on that red low. A couple of shots down the line and open the reds that way. I think now that he's got that
4.
very slight angle on this black, he'll have to play on this red. Looks perfect.
11.
Now you'll be hitting this with a lot of pace, I think, which he's been doing successfully all evening. He's got to play a big shot now. This black he has to play, but it can be missed. It's a good shot, though. That is a good shot.
19. Twenty.
It's not too bad with the red to middle, although he's not got the best of cueing on it.
27. 28.
Yes, I'm not sure this blue is straight enough to hold for that red by the green he was first looking at. It's a good shot again. He seems unafraid to hit the balls with great pace, despite the problem he has seemingly with a loose ferrule. He knows there's a plant there.
Forty-one.
Well, just been stopped in his track slightly there. Can just get through to that red. He's done very well, hasn't he? Because missing that pink in the previous frame when he was looking so good. It's the one blemish on the whole evening and it cost him the frame. But he's regrouped. Not quite getting that cannon there that maybe other players at top flight would have been able to achieve, but it's very hard to make any criticisms really of his game. He just tried to miss that first red and hit the second one. So this break just beginning to involve a few more difficult shots. This is another one.
The thing about Wilson, particularly now he's become world champion, is he doesn't back away from the tough shots. He's willing to take on very missable balls that carry risk, as that certainly did. And he doesn't flinch. And he's got such a great temperament that even that missed pink, which would surely have infuriated him because he was threatening to take a bit of a grip on this final this evening. That's 7-5. That hasn't affected the way he's responded here. Still got to finish it, of course, but he's pretty close now.
It's been very good tonight. Barry Hawkins had done precious little wrong, quite honestly. But he looks like he's going to only win one of the 4 frames. This has been another pretty swift one.
Looks like he's going to need this red and then another one after his colour to edge back in front at the interval. The final break before the final stretch.
Just at the very last second, just decided to start again. He didn't really like the shot. I wonder if he's completely on this. It's very rare to see him stop, and he decided to play a different ball, and that could be significant because he certainly played on the red by the green, and now I think at the last second discovered he may not be on it. Didn't stop him. So it was a good decision, I think. To change his mind, it's okay to do that as long as you go through the whole process again on the new shot.
And that was frame ball. The crowd know it. Wilson knows it. Barry Hawkins knows it. And it's almost as though that pink didn't happen, the way that Wilson has taken these. And that's the sign of a great player. Not fazed by the odd setback. Just get straight back on with the next frame and make amends, which he's done. And I'm sure when he first walked down the steps this evening,
7-7.
he would have been highly delighted with 3 of the first 4, which is what he's achieved, from 5-4 behind to be 7-6 up. It could have been all 4, but it's never as easy as that in a big final like this.
8-6.
Yeah, it should have been all 4, shouldn't it? But as we're saying, you know, he's done very well to put that somewhere in the back of his mind. This break's been extremely positive. Not taken a backward step here, despite once or twice just drifting a little bit out of position.
9-4.
And he's flying along, isn't he? We've made the point a few times this season that he's quickened up a little. He's looking to be more positive generally in the way he goes about his snooker. Not that he's ever been a negative player, but there's his 2nd century of the final. He's now closing in on 500 for his career, just 4 away.
102.
He's had to play that with a little bit of left-hand side, so the other shot that he refused that red clearly must have been extremely tight as well.
Well, there's something about Germany that clearly agrees with Kyren Wilson. He loves playing here. He's won 3 ranking tournaments here. He's going for his 2nd
105.
here at the Tempodrome, and the way he's playing, he's going to take some stopping.
107.
He hasn't always been at his best this week. He's had to grind it out at times as Hawkins watches on and probably thinks, well, too good at the moment, but he's only 1 behind, of course. This final is still very much alive and kicking. But Wilson is saving his best for the final act of the final, and that's what the very best tend to do. Another no-look black, which has flown off the table. I think the white's gone as well. And Kyren Wilson has left too. Barry Hawkins in hot pursuit, but he'll be delighted with the way he's played there. Yes, he missed the pink, but Barry Hawkins is just 1 behind. Anything is still possible here. Wilson, though, 3 frames away from becoming a multiple champion here in Berlin. 7-6 up.
Oh dear. Well, still Micah Kessler looking down the line. I wonder if he could, dare I say it, hit a red full ball, which of course doesn't matter at this stage. But it might matter on the 3rd go. We saw that bottom left-hand red. He might be able to get the whole lot of the red through the gap between green and blue. Anyway, for now, we'll worry about the next shot, which is a question of being replaced in the correct position.
Rest looks fine.
Cue ball is the next part of the jigsaw.
That's 1 ball towards you. 1 ball towards you. Still another half ball towards you, please.
Marcel Eckhart.
And towards the yellow pocket. 5 millimeters, please. Towards the yellow pocket.
We're almost there.
Yeah, just another fraction towards you.
It's quite important this, because I have a funny feeling he can get through to that bottom red full ball.
Another mil towards the yellow, please. Yeah.
I saw Micah looking down the line. As I say, it's not that relevant yet. We could probably hit it this time, so that will be the end of that concern. Make the adjustment here. He's hit this quite firmly. Didn't mean to. Goodness, he's really whacked it. It may be that he's not left one, but he definitely lost his touch there. And perhaps the red above the black now, Potts, so that was heavy-handed.
He was up very quickly, Hawkins, when he realised he'd overcooked that. He feared that he might have left one on. He did.
Six.
Certainly a contender to be the best rest player in the world. We saw an immaculate performance from the man who denied him the first Masters title, Sean Murphy, at Ali Pali. He didn't miss a single one all week, which is incredible, but day in, day out, week in, week out, Wilson outstanding with the rest. Indeed, outstanding without the rest. He's playing superbly. No question that what he's put together this evening
15.
is by some margin his best snooker of the tournament, and that's the time, of course, that you want to produce your best, when the tournament reaches its climax, when the trophy is in view.
It's a very hefty bump into the reds, but I don't think anything is available, so again, it's a question of the player not able to do much more really than just get a little bit of good fortune, and for this time it's not happened. Unless, of course, he gets this double, he might play this to the right middle. So at least Hawkins can take comfort that he wasn't very heavily punished for that error where he went into the bunch of reds with too much pace. Yeah, it's a very important frame, this, isn't it? For especially Barry Hawkins, actually. Just to get back to level again and survive the onslaught of this evening, which kind of has been like that for quite a while. Kyren Wilson easily could have won all of the frames, but a bad miss on a pink made it 3-1 for the session instead of 4-0. Now, has he left anything here? Well, the answer is not really. This was the pink. He only wanted pink, and he'd made such a good break to get himself into that position.
Never more than a frame between them since the third, when Hawkins, who had trailed 2-0, got himself on the board and then, of course, levelled at the interval. Emerged this evening 5-4 in front after making his 5th century of the tournament. Everyone glued to the action here.
It's always a very dangerous shot that, you know, to roll up to the blue from there. It's very hard to get the cover, and he has failed to do so. Now Hawkins could do with his best rest shot here.
Eight. Nine.
Just a little short of pace there. Which means, of course, he has to hit a lot of reds, and getting onto his next colour has got to be achieved. It's not simple. Steered it nicely, actually. I don't think you could have seen that shot played any better. Not really looked at the pink to middle yet to play on the red up the table. But there is another red that goes into the right corner.
24. Five.
Well, it's worked out okay. It was a kind of risky option to go into the reds because they were not
27.
that closely connected, and as you saw, he only really pushed one red away. A lot of work to do because the four reds above the black are all a little tied up, and he's going to need a part of that. Just a ball's width away from being perfect. Top side of the blue is what he wanted. He's not got there. Seems determined to just keep playing and not overthinking things, Hawkins. The break's just becoming a tiny bit more awkward the last couple of shots, though. I think he's all right. I think he's all right. He wouldn't have wanted the green ball to just roll back into its spot there and the brown not be possible.
It was a brilliant red to get in for this break from Hawkins with the rest. It was definitely missable under pressure, and he landed perfectly on the black. He's managed to keep it going.
You just feel the pressure's starting to build in the break, though, isn't it? You know, he's not on every ball perfectly now. This was the red that Philip was speaking about. It was a lovely shot. The cue ball did everything it was meant to do as well. These reds, they're not perfectly placed to split. He's gone delicately. That is a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. anything but a good contact with the first red, the cue ball would have just slid off and probably not been on anything. It's delightful, this, from Hawkins. What a comeback in the frame.
Yes, he could console himself at the interval, having lost 3 of the 4, that it could have been worse, could have been all 4, had it not been for Wilson's miss pink, as we see that wonderfully controlled cannon again, but also that he did very little wrong. It was just that Kyren Wilson's snooker was outstanding, so he's now showing what he can do. We've never had a final frame decider in this tournament. Back in the day when it was best of 17, we had a few 9-7s, but we've never needed a deciding frame. Could this be the time?
Well, any doubts that Barry Hawkins could live with Kyren Wilson the way he's been playing tonight, I think have just been dispelled, because this break has been really up there. And that's the frame. It's sent a message out to his opponent, who was trying to sort of dominate the match, dominate the way the frames were being played, but Hawkins won't go away.
And it feels like this final is just getting better and better. We saw the end of the first session produce a century from each. We've had another one tonight from Wilson, plus a 93, and now this break of the highest calibre from Hawkins to respond.
$80. $82.
Contesting his 12th ranking final this evening, Barry, hoping for
85.
title number 5. He'd certainly be a popular winner. Very well liked by fans and fellow players alike.
89. $94.
So this for century number 6 of the tournament.
And what a break this has been, just at the right time.
Love it. And so did Kyren Wilson. Barry saying, I could do the no-look black as well. He didn't pot it, but what a break that was. A wonderful century to tie this brilliant final up again. They both need 3. It's 7 each. Barry Hawkins matching Kyren Wilson in making his 2nd century of the final to tie it up at 7 all. 10 is the target. And what a finale in the offing. When Wilson won this title back in 2019, he came from behind on the final evening to edge Dave Gilbert 9-7. Looking to become just the 4th player to have won it more than once after Messrs Williams, Carter and Trump.
mentioned earlier, the feature of last night against Yuan Sejun was his safety, Barry Hawkins. He just put the young Chinese player in a world of trouble most of the evening, actually. And when he wasn't playing immaculate safety, he's knocking in incredibly good long pots, so it was a pretty intoxicating blend of a way to beat somebody. He lost the first 2 frames as well without really getting a shot. Got a bit of luck in a couple of frames, but then ultimately won 6 in a row to be in this final. I mean, there was, I think, a suspicion that of the 2 players coming into today, Hawkins had played the best snooker to get there, but I think that doesn't seem to matter now because Kyren Wilson has definitely stepped his game up over the course of today. And Hawkins is still playing like he has been all week.
Yes, I think you could have made the same case when Kyren Wilson played Zhao Guodong in the semi-finals. Zhao had played some brilliant snooker to get there, including that 5-0 whitewash of Aaron Hill, but seemed to freeze a little, having got a taste of this single table setup here in Berlin for the first time. And Wilson, he's becoming a serial winner, isn't he? Looking for his 3rd ranking title this season since becoming world champ. Won comfortably.
Yeah, well, that was not easy. I think he played to hit it with a thin contact and left-hand side on the way up because he hit it on the way back down. And with that side on the ball, it was always going to hit the red thick from the cushion. Kind of a bit like the pink that he missed earlier, that one. Not the same, but a similar kind of a shot.
Steady rest.
Reflective of the overall frame score, nothing to choose in terms of their pot success, 92%, pretty healthy. Sometimes it's not how many so much as when, and both have produced important breaks at important moments in this final. Hawkins the latest to do so, with Wilson trying to impose himself on this final, get himself a couple of frames clear, having made that brilliant century himself, having missed the pink. So it really is on a knife edge, this title match.
Now, I wonder if the pink spot is available. I'm not sure it is, which probably comes in handy now that
13.
he got the angle on the red to stun down for whatever was on the black spot. Yeah.
Kyren Wilson,
I was
13.
going to say first sign of weakness, but that would not be fair. He just basically missed the ball, but it was always at the near jaw. It was never going to drop.
As fluently as these players have played this evening, you've got to think that in the not too distant future,
7.
with the tension beginning to mount, the closer they get to the promised land of the title, that things could get a bit edgier, a bit nervier. And it's who handles that the better who'll walk away with the trophy.
Going to probably screw into these, I think. He could not have a better place on the blue to do it. Well, that's a very hefty connection, isn't it? And despite all of that, nothing to the right corner is on. I mean, had he been on the other side of the table, there's so many reds lined up that pot into that pocket. I think he's not on a ball. So that was unfortunate, because really I thought he played it ever so well, the blue.
Hawkins, 13.
Good little bout of safety this between this pair. So maybe this is the frame where the tension starts to creep in. Kyren has missed a red. Barry, well, he got a little bit unfortunate when he went into the bunch.
He wasn't close with that one. Actually hit the wrong side of the red there. He's knocked in some fantastic long balls this evening, but that one, not so good.
No, you're right, wrong side of it. But I'm not sure he's left anything.
He's picked out a plant and he's on the black. He might be a bit hampered with his cueing. Wilson shaking his head.
Well, I don't know why he's shaking his head, because he got lucky from the previous shot. And that was not a very simple plant, so I don't think he can have any regrets. And look at this cueing, as you say, right between those two balls. Try not to hit one and cause a foul. Yeah, I would say that, I mean, it's entitled to do what he wants sitting in his chair. Maybe he's still shaking his head, Kyren, because of, you know, the shot he played where he hit the wrong side of the ball. But anyway, it's always difficult when you're out there, you know. A lot of things go through your mind, I can tell you, when the pressure's on. It's a lovely little rest shot, that. I mean, he played it to get the cannon and the drop cannon on that ball. Not easy.
I think the thing is that Wilson came out all guns blazing this evening, right from the moment he greeted the crowd, the manner in which he walked into the arena, and then he backed that up with some really attacking snooker, but none of that has fazed Hawkins, it would appear. He's just quietly gone about his own business.
I think that's a very good observation of what we've seen. Of course, the beauty of this game is we don't know how it's going to go from here, but it's a real tussle between this pair, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the red that he got wrong.
Yeah, and it appeared he'd got away with it, but the plant of the two reds, which were not close, I mean, that plant was missable. You know, is why he's at the table still.
22. 23.
Well, that is... there's the plant, which got this all on the road, but I just wonder if he's hit the buffers here. I mean, this is a horrible shot, right over the top of a red. I mean, it's not even, you know, partial cueing of the cue ball. This is really difficult. Yeah, I mean, look, that was a huge moment in the context of this match, potentially.
13.
There's not a player in the world who would have found that easy. That was a rotten shot to be playing, actually. But he had to play it.
One.
Doesn't get much tougher than that, does it? Yeah, he's furious.
Yeah, that's much of a reaction you'll ever get from Barry. His turn to be disappointed, but there are two reds, which says that this frame has got to be won still.
6.
If you're the player at the table.
Seven.
You know, whatever happens, the red up the table to the left of the yellow is a big part of what's going to come.
Fourteen. 15. Yeah.
Slightly in between shots there. The crowd are absolutely
22.
absorbed by this, aren't they? It's, you know, it's the final that perhaps in recent years they haven't always had here in Berlin. A real close call.
Three.
Of course, it helps he's a right-handed player, so to land behind that red, if he gets the position right, it's not that difficult a shot necessarily. But he's still got to land there. Well, there's an early time to be playing on it, and all credit to be thinking that way. Yes, he can't reach it, but we know what a rest player he is. But it was a very early moment to try and get on the most difficult red left. He's just not quite managed it. Now he's playing a red that he didn't actually intend to play on. Well, it's not easy now from there. The good news, he can play it fairly gently. The cue was going to come away from the cushion. So he can give it every chance of going in, this red, playing it slowly.
Very well cued, but he's still got the thorny issue of this final red, just 2 points in front.
Yeah, and low value colours he's taken. So the green, of course, another ball he'll certainly need. Didn't get anything on the cue ball there. Backspin.
37.
So, the second close frame of the evening, Barry Hawkins stealing the 12th on the black after Kyren Wilson had missed frame ball pink to level at 6-all at the final interval. Who's going to go 8-7 up, though? Double kiss. A chance for Wilson.
Yeah, it looked like a double kiss, didn't it, straight away? And it didn't disappoint in that score. Although, of course, Hawkins very disappointed. It could be something that costs him the frame, but this is not an easy red. This is the start of the nerves, I think. Just got the feeling that this is where the jitters come because of what's at stake.
Wilson grateful to see the red run safe. Of course, as Neil pointed out, there's the problem of the green as well, which both players are going to need, of course.
He needs help here and he's not going to get it. That was a mistake, and this is a significant moment, really. I mean, Kyren is not a certainty to get the frame one, but from the moment Barry Hawkins finished awkwardly on that red earlier in the frame, he's never really been involved in it. That's not a good shot. There's still some hope for Hawkins. That was not that well played for his colour.
It's all about the green then. Oh. And in trying to get to the green, he's tried to power the yellow in and missed it.
Kyren Wilson, 7.
Yeah, I mean, he does try and play like expansive rest shots because he's so good at it. Good at using the rest. But, you know, the speed he hit that at, I've seen it once or twice recently. You know, to hit a ball that hard with the rest is incredibly difficult, even for someone like him.
Now the brown's gone into a safe spot as well, so this frame's still going to take a fair bit of winning. Good pot from Hawkins.
It's going to be a safety shot, isn't it? It's got to be. It's going to have to be a good one as well. Tried to hit it with just a little bit more to get in behind that brown. Both players need the brown as well, I think, significantly. It's not just a problem for Barry Hawkins, it's for them both.
So as things stand, Wilson needs green and brown. Hawkins needs all 5 colours. It wouldn't be quite right to say whoever wins this frame wins the match, of course, because got to get to 10, not 8. But you know, you do feel that it might end up significant, the winner of this frame, because both players have had their chances to win it. Someone's going to be disappointed. But the crowd, I like to call them an audience, actually, because they're very much engrossed in the snooker. No real shouting out or anything. They're enjoying this, and that's a good shot as well. That's really good from Kyren Wilson. Advantage to him. And it's not all about the blazing long pots and the big breaks. They love the tactical stuff as well. Terrific safety from Wilson to give him the upper hand for the moment. He only needs 2 of the remaining 5 balls to get within 2 of the title. Oh, missed by a whisker.
Kyren Wilson, 4.
But that's surely going back as close as he got to it.
It's left a free ball this time. So now that's kind of changing things a lot here. Because the brown is not going to be as significant now. I mean, a free ball, blue, is only worth 4 points. The value of the ball on, it's not worth 5 if the blue is taken. So, beg your pardon, 3 points. But either way, it's not going to take him over the line, is what I'm getting at. But you're right. It is a 3-point penalty, so it might not be that significant. He's got to make a decision here, actually.
Silver ball.
So the blue taken as an extra green. 20 in front, 23 with this blue. Oh no, he's playing safe, playing the snooker.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, doesn't it? It just makes things much more difficult in the long run. It's the points, the 3 points are potentially insignificant. Of course, you could have had the balls put back again. That's the other thing he could have done. But there's not a great deal wrong with the shot he has played. I think someone like a Mark Selby, who may be watching at home, he probably would have played that same shot. Someone with a real good snooker brain.
And of course, Wilson now only needs the green. Hawkins would need a snooker. He's bought himself a bit of insurance by pushing that blue safe. So a very different frame to the others we've seen this evening, but even more important. In it goes. So the snooker that Kyren Wilson laid proved very significant. Disappointment for Hawkins, who had his chances in this frame.
Absolutely right. At the moment, he needs a snooker, and he's not totally out of it, but he saw the disappointment, which all seemed to unravel when he never got on that red. He played the cannon, and he was right over a ball. And since then, well, he's been playing a lot of catch-up in this frame. He could still get the snooker, but you know, it's very difficult from here. This is not a bad effort, you know. This is a brilliant shot. Goodness me.
Listen to that roar. And Kyren Wilson knew what was coming there a long way off as he tapped the table. He knew the route that cue ball was taking. Not good for him.
Yeah, I mean, it could be missed. Just enough. Just enough. And you know, playing it that one cushion way that he went, you can miss them pretty easily. But he just got there.
So if this goes in, 27 the lead, Hawkins would need 2 snookers on the blue, tall order. The most tense frame of the final so far, in excess of half an hour in length. And it looks like Kyren Wilson's going to nab it to retake the lead. Try keeping that out. Barry Hawkins concedes. So Kyren Wilson edges back in front here at the Tempodrome and is now 2 frames away from his second German Masters title. He leads Barry Hawkins by 8 frames to 7. From that moment, took control of proceedings. So Wilson needs 2, Hawkins still needs 3 for the German Masters crown.
Yes, and you know, you could see how it had affected Hawkins, that frame. He'll put it behind him now because he's a good pro, but the disappointment was there for all to see. That he didn't win a frame that he knows really that he might well have done. But for maybe a different shot selection, where he didn't go into the reds in the way he did, or just a luckier break. You can say that one shot can turn a match, and we don't know if that's the case yet, but that could have been the one. But clearly, there's plenty of snooker still to be played. It's been a very good final. I've enjoyed it. From a complete neutral, wouldn't it be great if it went the distance? The crowd would be bang up for it. Got his cover. He'll have to be careful with any safety shots up the table because the red on the right, so in fact he's going to play safe from that red, just shifted away from the pocket. Again, it's an immaculate cue ball.
Couldn't do anything positionally there, Wilson, but it was a good pot nonetheless. How he would love to get himself two clear for the first time since frame 2 early this afternoon.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Well, he came round to have a look at that end of the table there. Well, goodness me, that's a brave shot to play, isn't it? That really is. I mean, I can't think of too many players who would have taken that green on. I mean, yes, he's rolling it because he knows that the speed he's playing it at, he might block the pocket, but even that wasn't guaranteed. It's a big shot to play.
Eight.
Well, I mean, he started with such a good red that he was worked out like a 3-ball plant. Felt he was on to something good there, but it came as a surprise to see him miss this one. Just when you felt that he was getting a head of steam up here. Now, I don't suppose he'd want to play on the black. He'd love to get that black on its spot, but is it worth the risk? Wow, he's finished a little bit high on it, hasn't he? He really has gone for it there. I don't think he meant to leave this angle. I can understand that he wants to be positive. You know, he wanted to play on the black there rather than just play up for the blue all the time. The break would probably dry up in the end. Well, you're not even going to play it now, so that last red was poor positionally.
Hawkins 7.
You could just feel a change in the nature of the snooker over the last 45 minutes or so. Things just a little more tricky than they were now that the winning line is firmly in view for both players. Hawkins needing 3, Wilson just 2.
If you're going by body language and sort of emotion, expression, right now Kyren Wilson is not only a frame-up, but he's kind of in front on that score as well. Barry Hawkins getting a little bit frustrated or disappointed, I think. Still in there, but that man is a little stronger, it seems.
Looking to make something happen here, Hawkins. Still smarting, no doubt, from the previous frame, which at one stage he looked favourite to win. Getting in front at this stage of the game is so important. Puts extra pressure on the opponent. Room for manoeuvre becomes less and less. But it's definitely getting edgy now, no question about it.
I think it would have been a surprise had it not done. Now, what's Barry got? You can see him in a state of concentration which is below what we've seen all week. But now he has to really find something. This plant is not easy. It's not hanging over the pocket, that bottom red. No. It wasn't a certainty. He got down and played that quickly, you know. plenty of mileage still in this frame, you think, with the black completely tied up. Red's not all that favourable. I think at this stage it's just trying to get the frames won in any way you can. Earlier on in the match we had 2 separate occasions with back-to-back centuries. One from each player on both occasions. But for now, it's 40 would be a good break here.
9.
It's a good pot, but the cue ball not so good. The table decidedly awkward right now.
It is awkward. He's just somehow keeping the break going, isn't he?
13.
Cue ball getting put on that side cushion like there's some magnet force over there. It's a low-scoring frame. The 2 reds actually, you might have seen there, with the potting of that last red, have now become available.
Absolutely on a string this break.
It never seemed likely that that break was going to develop into anything substantial.
All those low-value colours means that he hasn't really gained much ground, has he? Only a few in front. I mean, this is clearly not going to make a highlights reel, this frame, but it might actually end up the most significant frame of the whole lot. If Barry Hawkins can just dig deep and just win it in any way he can, he's all square again.
Yes, the way the snooker is now going, things becoming a little bittier as the tension rises. 9-7 would feel like a big lead, even though it's only a couple of frames. For Hawkins to win the last 3 would take some doing. 8 all, and
7.
it's only ones again.
Thirteen. 14.
Well, it was doomed, that cannon, wasn't it? You just felt that you play it 9 times and
20.
you don't get on one. It's only the 10th time maybe you'd bring that red into play, because the double kiss was unavoidable. So this really is going to go down to the wire, this frame. Well, it's possibly a game changer there. Well, I know who liked it the most, and it's not Kyren Wilson, it's the audience. They loved that shot. So what do we think about that shot then? Maybe he played it. And he certainly got that nudge on the brown, which is, as a left-hander, giving him a reel in here. And this is, he's done well to get this far, but if he could somehow take this break over the line, it would be a Herculean effort, actually.
Big shot, this. And well struck. Well, out of nowhere, Hawkins has conjured the opportunity to draw level again.
Just overrun now. He didn't want to be quite as far across the table on the yellow as this, although it's still a natural to get down for the green.
Which is all he needs, so the key shot, but no gimme. But right in the middle, that was very coolly played from Hawkins.
Well, I mean, it's been an incredible break. It's not been that many, but I'm still not absolutely sure whether he played that double. Although he didn't apologise for it, and he didn't have a lot of options. He may well have done. It doesn't greatly matter, the ball went in. Well, he only wants this, so he doesn't want to be overly thinking the situation with the brown. But the brown will guarantee the frame, and this match is swinging one way and then back the other at the moment.
And try as he might, and he's tried very hard and played some very good snooker this evening, the world champion has not been able to shake Hawkins off. He's threatened a couple of times to get too clear, but he's not been able to achieve that. And suddenly the game's easy. What a finish we have in store here. Remember, we've never had a final frame decider at the German Masters. But after 16 frames at the Tempodrome, there's nothing to choose between these two terrific players. All to play for, 8 frames all. Frame 17 of a possible 19.
Shot to nothing red, but just a little flick on the green has stopped the cue ball from landing nicely on the colour, but the yellow to middle for the next red is definitely on. Goodness me, he hasn't missed many of those. You know, I'm not saying that it's the first sign of a player wilting, because I don't think it's quite as simple as that with Kyren Wilson. He's liable to bounce back at the next time at the table, but might have been a little bit of extra pressure from having to witness Barry Hawkins miraculously making a 61 at the last frame. Well, he deserves to be on something here. He is on one. I mean, he's not holding back, is he? He really has ploughed through the bunch there.
Seven.
If you could get a pinpoint positional shot in here and land on a red, which somehow unlocks the table at the black end, that would be just what he's looking for. Bottom red is in his sights. Well, he appears to have got the cue ball exactly where he was shaping up.
9.
Now, if he's going to play to screw this in off the other red and get on the black into the same pocket, this is a huge shot. I think that's what he's going to try. It's a brilliant shot.
10.
Great vision, because he was looking at that from before he played the yellow. Well, the pressure is just building up, isn't it, now? He opened up the frame and then missed that black, forcing it. It's almost like one player just cannot break free from the other, because Barry looked very good at the start of that break, but it was just the extra amount of pace he put on the cue ball. He just lost his accuracy. Kyren had missed a bad yellow to middle, hadn't he? So, you know, they're both feeling it. Well, he might want to play on the black here, although it will only go into the left corner when respotted. Probably a good shot to get the high value colour back on its spot, though. So he found an escape route out of bulk.
14.
He'd like to have been just a little bit further down on this red, because this way I think he has to hit the black, which he'd like to have just had to play on the black as it was. He's going to nudge it now.
15.
Hawkins had the chance, missed the cutback black to the left corner, and is now pondering how expensive that's going to be.
Well, Barry Hawkins might have to pin his hopes in the 5 reds in the middle of the table, but as we were saying, you know, this shot has turned it back in favour of the world champion.
31. Six.
Wow. Well, that is... He's quickly looking at the pot, but he might want to just count to 5 here and not rush into this, because this is a horrid shot. I think it needs to just have a pause for a second. The cue ball just, it was like a dead white. It just didn't go anywhere. He put a lot of pace into the pot, but the cue ball just stopped in its tracks. So the plot thickens, really. Had that shot gone right and he finished on the black, it was probably a frame winner. Now, he's got a bit of a problem here.
Kyren Wilson, 37.
Disappointed to see the break end there. A handy lead, no more than that at this stage. Hawkins, on the other hand, delighted that the miss black didn't cost him the frame.
Well, he's looking at another plant, and the cue ball's the problem. It's a long way down from where he'd like it. I mean, if it was right behind the reds, I don't think he could miss the plant, but from there it's a cut back on the first red. So it becomes more difficult. It was a big shot to take on, and if he was ever going to miss it, it was always going to be to the left jaw, because he almost couldn't miss it the other side. He couldn't hit the first red thin enough to miss it that side. Kyren Wilson would be so very relieved to be back at the table with this chance straight after. Barry went for A dangerous shot there. I know it sounds easy afterwards, but it was awkward.
Six. Seven.
The blue will put him 44 in front, 51 left, so he'd only need one more red to go 1 up with 2 to play. Barry Hawkins was hoping to retake the lead for the first time since he made a century at the end of session 1 this afternoon. But Kyren Wilson has denied him that. And Hawkins is going to have to win the last 2 frames to claim his 5th ranking title. This is the black Hawkins missed, playing at pace, just overcut it. Wilson not winning the frame at that visit, of course, but Hawkins then took on what looked like quite an ambitious plant, and it didn't work out.
Wilson, 20.
He's coming back. He needs a couple of snookers, so that's entirely understandable. So it's not quite done yet.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a jabby shot there. Of course, he's looking for snookers anyway. But, you know, you wonder where this match is going, what's going to come next. It could be that Barry can summon up something on the assumption he'll lose his frame now and take us all the way, because it's got that feel about it. A match that could go all to the last frame. You never quite know what you're going to get, of course. This, I don't even know what you would call that shot. Cock tap treble or something. Anyway, frame over.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
Kyren Wilson moves within a frame of winning his 2nd German Masters crown. Barry Hawkins needs the last 2 to deny him. The world champion on the cusp now then at the Tempodrome. He leads by 9 frames to 8. Frame 18.
Foul, miss.
Goodness me, that must have been close to hitting.
4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mikey Kessler's there, but It looked like it was ever so close to hitting that. Just falling the most tiniest fraction short, clearly there. Oh, this one's definitely hit. Kept the same line as well. Everything's still to play for here. Well, as Philip was saying earlier, that there's never been a final in the German Masters that's gone all the way to a decider. I suppose, if nothing else, it suggests we're due one, because they crop up every now and then. And there isn't a lot between the players, but of course, pressure is mounting on both of these guys now. It's not a certainty that either of them are going to be able to just get over the line without a few alarms. Barry, once again, negotiating the snooker that could have caused him a few problems. At this point, he's one down with 2 to play. He's got to stop making any mistakes, leaving Kyren in with a chance, because the winning line is now in sight. It's a shot he's very good at, Barry Hawkins. That's swinging the cue ball round those angles in safety. And he's put Kyren Wilson in a little bit of trouble here. Not entirely sure how much, but it looks like the first red is the one he's trying to escape back down to where he's pointing his cue. With a thin contact, they've up the table. Done it well. That's another first-class safety shot. This exchange is very good. The other pair of them are playing terrific defensive snooker here. I know that is an art form in itself, really, just to keep your opponent out for long periods, but more so put them in trouble. And there's been a lot of difficult positions handed out in this exchange by both players.
Without a doubt, it's been one of the best finals we've ever seen here in Berlin. Some great breaks, some drama, and who knows how much more is still to come. Hawkins straining every sinew to take this match the distance.
Well, he got some applause, but I think he's left a red here. This is an early chance for Kyren Wilson. So he's won the battle. He's got to go on and win the war now, because it's a very difficult table, but he's given himself this chance to get in. I think he feels he can't get on pink or black, so he's got to steer that cue ball up the table somewhere for the blue or something lower value without hitting a red on the way past. I think it's a very good shot. I don't think he could have finished anywhere else but there. That was any good to him anyway. Now what can he make of this opportunity, because it is a good one to just put points on the board and apply more pressure to Barry Hawkins.
Seven.
Has it got the legs? No, it hasn't.
Kyren Wilson, 7.
So the break ends early for the world champion. Opportunity knocks for Barry Hawkins. Clearly it's a tough table at the moment.
Yeah, it might be that it's a little heavy now, deep into the last session of the final. Goodness, got a bit too much on this. He needs this to knuckle out. It's not as bad as it might have been, but it was ill-directed, that shot.
Pretty warm inside the Temple Drum, not surprising given there are 2,500 people watching. Never mind the heat being generated by the tension of the state of play.
7.
Well, it's okay, but the black's away from his spot, which is always a slight concern. It's not the most regulation angle, but the other thing is that he's got quite awkward cueing. This shot is big. He's done ever so well there. That's such a good shot. What a chance here. Goodness me, this is just when you thought Kyren was about to
14.
stride off into the sunset and get the match won. He missed that blue, didn't reach, surprisingly. And now it's typical of the night, really, isn't it? Just going one way and then the other.
Thank you. 15.
He came very close in the UK Championship final against Judd Trump, who eventually pipped him by 10 frames to 8. Victory tonight would make up for that disappointment in a big way.
23.
Well, the Reds have spread a little bit too far and wide, actually. You know, it looked when he first hit this, it was going to be perfect, but as you see, all the Reds have just gone off in all different directions, none of which have become easy to pot.
That one didn't threaten the pocket.
Very
Has he left it? Is there a gap between brown and yellow?
Well, very likely, I'd say, yes, there is. Big gap. And it wasn't close. He was maybe a bit unlucky on the opening of the bunch from the black, but the Reds did not go favourably. They opened, but not towards pockets.
So Kyren Wilson, who missed the blue into that pocket just now when he left it short, gets another chance to kill this final off. Hawkins looking pensive, no wonder. He's invested so much into this tournament and this final. Is he going to come up short again?
Yeah. 6.
Meanwhile, Wilson feels he got a heavy contact, so Micah Kessler will clean the cue ball.
Yeah, not happy, is he? And it just feels that at this point there's always a sort of a hurdle ahead of either player when they're just trying to, in this sort of tension, go out and do something that will win them the match, but something crops up that makes it difficult. That is snooker for you. But one thing remains, Kyren knocks balls in with the rest.
7.
He's always had such a confident air about his rest shots. He plays them as though he fully expects to get them every time. He doesn't always, but it just looks like second nature to him.
Well, he can certainly nose his way in front in this frame, you feel, but you know, just judging where the balls are, to win it and pick up the title at this visit, it's going to take some doing.
Thirteen.
Once again, he's finished a little bit in between. The top red to middle is kind of landing cue ball sort of high on the black and sort of low on the blue, really. So there are problems ahead.
That right centre pocket is causing grief for both players. Wilson's missed twice there now. Hawkins having missed the red, but he's back at the table and still in front by a single point.
Yeah, I mean, it would be easy to attribute this to being under pressure, and clearly that was a factor, but, you know, he wasn't very well placed on the red to get onto a colour. So that was why he played it at that sort of unnaturally fast pace, and that's why you can miss them.
One. Eight.
That's a good shot. I mean, he wanted to get the red out and into play, clearly, but of course, in playing that, there's a chance he won't get the cue ball out onto the colour. He played it nicely. Now he's only nosing ahead by a few. He's 15 in front. So there's plenty of work to do, but he's a good lead, and
14.
he may not need that red by the pink if he can take high enough value colours with the three other reds. Because the red by the pink is the big problem ball.
15.
So red-black here, but he would still need to take red-black with the other red, because he's not going to be taking red-pink at any stage, given where it is. For now, I guess, can't think too far ahead under this pressure. And this is a natural to come in, certainly towards or behind, or even to cannon out that right-hand red. Lovely shot. He wants to look at the scoreboard here. It's important that he gets to just assess this table now. He has to take, I would think, at worst, blue, because that will be 35 in front, 35 on. Doesn't want a low-value colour, because that just brings Kyren Wilson into the frame. Ideally, red-black here. Oh, what a brilliant shot. What a brilliant shot that is. And now, that is just absolute match play for you of the highest order.
What a great break this has been. Under this pressure at the point of no return, Hawkins once again showing his superlative match play ability. This, and we're going the distance. And it's a final that deserves a decider. It's been fantastic all the way through. Kyren Wilson has made the running for a lot of the day. Found himself 5-4 behind at the end of the first session. Made the running early this evening, but he hasn't, try as he might, been able to shake off Barry Hawkins.
You know, needless to say, he has to be a little careful still here, because it is just one snooker, and the table is conducive to getting snookers, quite honestly. I can think of a couple of places behind the green or even behind that pink, and it would be a pretty horrendous snooker to be put in. So it's not totally dead in the water, this frame. Not sure what that's done or hasn't done there. He can hit it all right. Barry's not amused, unsurprisingly. Well, the crowd have thoroughly enjoyed that moment. Barry was deep in concentration. Yeah, he wanted he wanted out there, didn't he? He wanted to be well, that all to be over with and the pink to be away from there. Yes, it's slightly precarious. I mean, as I say, it's not done and dusted. You know, a good snooker here would almost put him back in this frame. He only needs one. I mean, he could pot red-black. Actually, there's no reason why he has to leave the red on the table. It's only one snooker. Not chasing a free ball. So that's what he's going to do. And I know that Barry Hawkins has not completely dismissed being left with an awkward snooker. You can sense that. He's too professional to take this position lightly. This has got to go in, though. Well, he should get one here.
8.
Those are the stats. Just that one snooker required to turn the frame around. Ooh. Maybe overcooked it a little, but he has got the snooker. And it's an effective one. Hawkins slips past the edge of the yellow, game back on in this penultimate frame.
Yeah, and even more concerning is that the colours are now all in potable positions. Whoever pots the yellow could win the frame. This is not a good shot. Has he got it off? What a thing to happen. I mean, he might as well have gone for the yellow now. And now, whose turn is it not to be amused now?
You couldn't make it up, could you? Having just got the snooker to get himself back in with a shout of winning this frame without the need of a deciding.
Unbelievable. It was a poor shot, let's be honest. It really was. I mean, the pressure's big. Not a criticism of him. It just wasn't a nicely played shot. I think anything goes here now, you know, because the chasing of a snooker might still amount to Kyren getting this frame won somehow.
So Wilson back to needing a snooker.
Barry will be annoyed there, ball in hand, and not potting the yellow and just putting distance between him and Kyren in the frame. Now he's in this position again. And it's not nice because the right middle pocket is in the way of the natural one cushion escape, so he played before the middle with the trace of left on the cue ball and hoped to hit the yellow. Now he's left the yellow on, so Kyren puts the cue ball virtually where he wants, and he's likely to fancy getting a snooker again. So the battle is not over.
Getting on for another half-hour frame. Wilson within a frame of the title, but needs a snooker again, having got one and then went in off. But can he lay another fiendish one?
Kyren Wilson 2.
Not a very good effort, quite frankly, and he's feeling the pressure, no doubt. They both are. He's got to ensure that nothing ridiculous happens to the cue ball here in trying to pot this.
This goes in. 2 snookers to tie.
Well, he's probably going to carry on, but it seems very much like we're going all the way, doesn't it? And it's been a terrific final, and now we're getting the side of snooker that a lot of people love to see, where things get very tense, quite late, and, well, anything really can happen from here.
Hawkins can slot this brown. Surely we're going to a decider. What a match. What fabulous entertainment for this capacity tempered room crowd. And for the first time in this, the 15th edition of the German Masters, we'll need a deciding frame to determine who will become champion. It's 9-all. Listen to the noise. Bedlam in here. And it's Barry Hawkins to get us underway. Frame 19 of 19. It's all down to this.
Well, the crowd are getting a little excited now. It's the final they've been hoping for quite some time. As we were saying earlier, some of the German Masters finals have been either slightly or very one-sided over the years. A wonderful venue, this. I suppose it was worth the risk, but you know, a bit like one earlier on, he felt that that was going in, but it was always a little towards the top jaw. What it doesn't do is pull down with any nap on the cloth. He felt he'd got that. He looks a bit more than a bit disappointed, but he's not a simple shot that he's faced with here, Kyren Wilson. Playing this quite gently, dragging it. No, they've never been easy, and they never will be. Against the nap of the cloth, gently into a sort of half a pocket. A horror shot to be playing. But he had to take it on. I mean, I wouldn't rule out that at some point the balls get racked up here. It's just that there's never going to be a safety shot played back to bulk, and I can't see either player wanting to take a chance. So it would not surprise me if a re-rack happened in this frame. I'm not saying I want one, but just saying that could happen.
Yep, just as Neil predicted, this frame was going nowhere with reds up the table over the pocket. Neither player, of course, wanting to take any unnecessary risks at this stage of the game with so much on the line in this decider. So we'll go again, just to rack up the drama, a few more levels, as if that were required. Barry Hawkins, remember, looking for his 5th ranking title. Kyren Wilson is 9th. He'd become the 4th multiple champion at the German Masters. If he wins, it would be his 3rd title of the season. Only 2 other players have won that many ranking events as a first-time world champion, Stephen Hendry and Judd Trump. A lot at stake.
Deciding frame. Barry Hawkins to break.
So take 2 in the decider here at the Tempodrome.
Well, nobody's gone home. We are approaching midnight local time.
It's amazing how this crowd who can make so much noise can then become deathly silent when the play is underway. Just a wonderful atmosphere. It's a very well played safety shot. And that has been the feature of Barry Hawkins all week, actually. The safety has been of the highest class. Wilson, the heavier scorer. They've both made 2 centuries. Wilson a further run of 93. Oh dear, he caught that all wrong, which is why the cue ball has crashed into the bunch. The black's out of commission at the moment.
Yes, but it's a chance though, isn't it? Because, you know, there's a few on here if he gets the cue ball out onto his colour, first of all. I mean, you wouldn't want to be looking too far ahead. If you're Kyren Wilson, you've got to take this kind of situation with all the tension and what's up for grabs. You just got to look at one shot and then the shot after it, and don't get ahead of yourself at all.
Six. Seven.
But for Kyren Wilson and his family and friends, you know, to be in first is always big. You know, you've given yourself an early chance in the deciding frame.
12.
This is where all the practice and all the hours of working on your technique, it's all about moments like this. This is really where you need that cue action, that grooved cue action to help you through the pressure.
$18.
It feels like he's taken his game to new heights since he lifted the crown at the Crucible at the end of last season.
$19.
It's only served to make him hungrier for lots more success. He's already won the inaugural Xi'an Grand Prix, the Northern Ireland Open, since becoming world champion. Runner-up at the Masters to Murphy. Came here determined to put that disappointment behind him. And it's now in his hands to make that happen.
$25.
And a very big part of that shot was the fact that pink now goes on the black spot, which has really opened things up. Exactly what he was hoping for, that was.
26.
Only just on that shot, though. He just overhit slightly. Now he's playing on the red by the black. This is a possible way that the break could come to an end. It's a pretty positive shot, but of course these are not unmissable.
32.
Very well done.
Hawkins took on the long red, didn't get close, and that's why the cue ball crashed into the other reds.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get very close to the red. It's normally a shot that Hawkins is good at, but by no means easy. It's just the direction of the cue ball, wasn't it, that he had no control of.
Wilson coping fine at the moment without the black, with the pink on the black spot, blue available, getting ever closer.
46.
Looking understandably concerned.
Play a good shot there to get a lot of topspin on to finish to the left of the red and not be hampered by the other red. He's got a little bit more to do, but he must be feeling pleased with this break. He's under a lot of pressure and he's keeping some fluency. Yeah, I think he was looking at a possible 2-red plant, the top and right-hand reds, I think, and might get a chance to see down the line, but you know, it could be that it's one of those, if you're right behind it, it's unmissable. So he's had a long look at the line of the 2 reds to the right corner. So is the plant on? That's the question. Well, there it is. It's just offset. Goodness me, he's taken the blackout as well. He's taken the blackout. Goodness me, what a thing to happen. He's missed the plant and developed the black. This match is not over.
75 still available to Hawkins as we see the misplant again. Wilson can't believe it. So close to victory there. More drama in store.
Well, I mean, does he play the red on the left and try and pot it directly or off the black? A big pocket, I suppose. It's the only way you can pot one here, I think.
What next? You couldn't make it up.
Now has he left a plant? Because that's the other thing. If there was a plant on there all along to the other pocket, you know, as long as he doesn't go in off, that would have come his way. I don't know if the 2 balls are in line. Well, they're not. The match is not over, but that was a crushing blow for Hawkins.
And it means Wilson's only 1 pot away now from the title, barring snookers. 63 the lead, 67 left.
Well, I think from the cue ball up the table, then even though it's not a set plant, you can turn it into one with the cue ball where it is. If the cue ball was down to the right lower, then it's virtually impossible. But this side, it's very gettable, this, and it's to win the tournament. It's German Masters Championship ball.
He missed a plant just now. But he hasn't missed that one. And that's the one that matters most. What a finale. Barry Hawkins will be crushed. He came so close at the UK Championship. And it looks now as though he's going to be denied at the last again here in Berlin. But it's not done just yet. 64 the lead, 59 remaining, so 2 snookers required. That would certainly have ended it with an easy red to follow. But snooker is never that straightforward.
Yes, it was awkward cueing, wasn't it? That was the other problem. I don't think he'd have missed it otherwise, right next to the green ball. Has he gone far enough? Because if he hasn't, then there's nothing really for him here. I think he can maybe a trace of left-hand side. Can make this potable.
Well, this has got to go. This simply has to go.
Has he got the energy? Has he got it in him to take 3 reds and high-value colours, lay a snooker? Has he still got that belief that somehow, you know, he could snatch this frame? It's a long shot, but it's come this far.
Well, Kyren Wilson is still clearly concerned about that scenario. You saw him shaking his head in his chair. Not out of the woods just yet.
He doesn't really want to take reds and pinks. He wants to take reds and blacks, really. It's the other problem. Points are starting to mount otherwise. So that's why he's playing the black when the obvious shot would be the pink. Can't afford the points. Now he's over-screwed. And does it mean he can pot either of the reds even from there? I don't think he can.
16.
So that's quite a serious blow. Got to play safe. And that red that he's just moved is the red he wanted to keep there to play the snooker on the last red.
16.
So he didn't achieve much there, and if this goes in, it's lights out.
Kyren Wilson steeling himself for one last push for the title. No doubt about it now. He puffs out his cheeks. He knows the job is done. What a season he's having as the new world champion. Triumphant in Xi'an. An emphatic winner in Belfast, and now champion again in Berlin. And for Barry Hawkins, once again, it's a case of what might have been. He's played some brilliant stuff throughout this tournament, and in the final, he's pushed Kyren Wilson to the limit. An already brilliant season as reigning world champion has just got a whole lot better for the Warrior. Kyren Wilson becomes a double German Masters champion in surely the finest title match we've ever seen here at the Templedrum. The first ever to go the distance, and it's Wilson who has the last word. He wins an absolute thriller by 10 frames to 9.
Kyren Wilson!
It's a 9th ranking title for Kyren Wilson, his 3rd of the season. Remember, only the great Stephen Hendry and Judd Trump have won that many as a first-time world champion. He has worn the Crucible crown very impressively and goes from strength to strength. He's the complete player. And he's the German Masters champion for a second time as he lifts the Brandon Parker Trophy aloft and will walk away with that first prize